I want to reiterate this. This is my first time ever running a game without Bosker or Connor here.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the first time. I realized it as I was eating my salmon like a horrible she-beast. I'm just like, wait, I'm alone. I have to do this by myself. Oh no.
You'll do great.
Oh no.
I hope you can afford your funeral.
It's gonna be
All right.
I can help you
Chat.
feel better, though.
Chat, you have a job.
Oh my gosh, they're already doing it.
The other hi, Austin.
Hello.
Hi, Austin.
That's the first time that's ever been said.
You guys get to wow, it's the opposite. You guys get to hear Austin's voice instead of the other way around.
It's true.
This shit's wild.
Hello. Yeah, I sound like a person. Hi. It is me.
I think my favorite thing I saw as I was typing in the title for this stream was, if Austin's here, who's in the hamster cage? And the answer to that is Bosco.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm. I left him in there before I came on here.
Did you give him some yogurt drops or like a
Nope.
salt lick?
Mm-mm.
Wow. Stone
Just
cold.
water.
Dang.
Jesus.
Cold-blooded.
He can eat when I decide he can.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a very special three-part one-shot. I don't know. I never know what to call it. It's a three-shot. This is a three-part mini-series that is based in the universe of the Unexpectables, specifically in the continent of Ruba, which has never been explored before, which is really fun. I am joined today by, yes, Austin. Austin, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Austin Eruption. I've been editing the podcast audio for several years now, actually. Can't believe it took us this long to get me on the show, but hey, I'm actually pretty new to D&D myself, besides just listening to the show, so I'm excited to be doing this with you guys. I do YouTube, Austin Eruption. I do streaming as Austin Eruption, and I'm getting back into that now, so I'm pretty excited to be here.
Yay. I'm used to I have to channel my inner Russ, be like, what's up, everybody? It's me, Bosco. I'm too loud.
Oh no.
To roll every R excessively.
Oh god. Yeah, I can't do that. I lack the ability to do that.
Same.
And also joining us is a newcomer in Zoran the Bear.
Hi, I'm Zoran the Bear. I think a lot of people would know me from If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device, as I played Lehman Russ, or from Warhams, where I play Lorne. And I'm also here doing other wizard things.
Spoilers.
Sorry.
You stream as well, right?
Yeah, I do full-time streaming on Twitch. I do full-time YouTube stuff, all that fun stuff, all in the same name. And I'm super excited to be invited. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the game. I hope we have fun and I hope no one dies.
Oh,
No guarantee. I'll
No
try to
no guarantees.
not do anything wrong.
Oh no.
All right. And we're also joined by Joe Fudge.
Hello. Yes, hello there. You might know me from Dungeons and Dragons. No, I play a bunch of D&D over on my channel. God Forged is the show I run every Sunday, but other than that, I played with Monty in a Arcadum kind of short campaign, and since then we've been looking to play as much D&D as possible.
I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
Yeah, no, I'm not addicted.
All right. No one said anything.
Shut up, Caitlin. I'm fine. I don't know if that's my headphones. Is someone buzzing or is that my headphones?
I heard it.
Sounds
I heard it.
Yeah. It sounds like
I heard
someone's
it, yeah.
phone's near their microphone, so I just make sure of that.
It's
I
Wallfly.
didn't move it. It's fine.
I'm
Wallfly's
not
like,
actually
I want to
hearing
play.
anything, so I'm
I
like,
can't.
is it me?
Uh-oh. It's okay.
What could
I
be?
was only one little thing and it wasn't that bad. And last but certainly not least, we have Caitlin, also known as Boobs McBalrog.
Hello. I'm a voice actress and I play D&D and play video games and I'm on a podcast called Nerd on the Podcast. Hi.
You're also in Gateway as well, which is great.
Yes, I was doing a catch-all with D&D, but yes, I'm part of Gateway. I play Cynthia. And then I'm also part of The Ties That Bind. That's over on Lanny Pator's channel. And I play a very murderous drow named Nara. I don't. Am I pitching? Am I shilling? Am I talking
You're
about
doing a good job. You're doing a good
stuff?
job.
Okay, great. I
Have you
won't
been in
bother
any,
with
doing?
my...
Do you have any voice acting stuff you can announce? I don't have to put you on the spot or
Uh,
anything, but
I can talk about the stuff I've been in. I was one of the hunters in Monster Hunter Rise. I play a couple peeps in Genshin Impact. I was in Wasteland 3. In Little Witch Academia, I was Croy Merides.
oh really?
Ooh.
Yes. Valish in Maple Story 2. Mighty Mage Cupid and oh lord. What game was that? Was that Paladins? So I was in Smite. Oh, it was Smite. Paladins was Mechafuria. Then I was Hilda the Huntress, a German fox woman in
That's
Realm
cool.
Royal.
Oh.
I've been a lot of things. there's
Gosh,
there's a list.
it's about time we've had some talented voice actors on this channel. Like, I mean,
Bosco's gonna be like,
Dang.
excuse?
who's Bosco?
Oh,
I don't know. who
he's
that
gonna
is.
He's not
murder me.
here. He can't defend himself. I feel so
That's true.
powerful.
Oh no. Oh
Uh,
no.
Speaking of power, oh wait, shit myself.
What?
I've-
Don't do that right now.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was gonna lead into the bits and subs because of the chat being powerful.
Oh, okay.
But
ruined
I
it.
should introduce myself as well. I'm Monty Glue. You guys know me. I'm not new, so I'm less exciting. But you can find me at Monty Glue on Twitter. You can find me at twitch.tv/Monty Glue. Hoping to stream tomorrow. Streams are gonna be kind of weird for this next month and a bit, just because a lot of responsibilities are happening and they kind of need my attention because I'd rather not starve to death. So,
Oh.
all that fun shit. It's life.
Yeah.
It's also the summer and I also could use some vacation time.
Oh.
But yeah, no, you can find me streaming Metopia tomorrow, which is wild. My first party consists of Nemesis, my own Twitch chat, and Cooking Mama, and our next party consists of my own cat, Goblin, and who knows what else. So it's gonna be pretty weird. Nemesis is a horse girl canonically in that game, and I just still can't get over that. So it's very, very fun. But yeah. So chat, please bear with me. This is my first time. I have to read the bits and subs this time. And I'm baby.
What?
So if I miss anything, I'm very, very, very sorry. I've never done this before. So please forgive me if I miss any bits and subs. It's just, I realized last minute we don't have Bosco or Connor here who have access to everything and also do this all the time. So please be patient. I'm going to do my best here as I call out bits and subs. Entity Walker, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1 for 8 months. Excited to see and learn about Ruba. Shiny Lamp, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. Monty, look out. A bear, punch it quickly.
Oh no! Zoran!
Fuck! Shit!
You right.
Bitch!
Ah, my hand. He's dead. Stop.
Oh,
Mom, Dad, stop.
stop.
Meek the Bassist, thank you so much for the 245 bits. Hype. Fantastic Calum, been recovering from my second shot today, been super looking forward to this. 100 bits. Hey, that's the reason I don't want to die, is because I gotta do that this month as well. Doom Knight 013, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. 50 months, wow, time flies. Entity Walker, thank you for getting a Tier 1 sub to Volk551. D Pixie, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. Woo, mini campaign. Daniel Bonin, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub for 15 months. 15. Dice Ruler, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub for 4 months. Yo. Hey, man. Sloth 0130, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. Just Hologram, thank you for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to the community. Thank you so much. Omen the Gloomy Bunny, thank you so much for 2,000 bits. Ah, yeah, Ruben Knights, here we go. I keep scrolling whenever I see Bosco. It's just I don't want to look at it. Treege06, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub for 12 months. Happy 1-year anniversary. Mad Tom K, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub for 16 months. 16
Whoa.
months, that's one more than 15. That is
Oh,
correct.
is
Yes.
that Connor?
That's
Is that your
accurate,
Connor
that sounds
coming
right.
out?
Yeah, I hang out with him too much.
No, you don't.
Cane Time, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. You know, when I hopped onto Twitch, I wasn't expecting to have it be my subiversary, but here we are. Let's get
Oh.
Sandy.
Ew.
Doom Knight 013, 100 bits. It can't be the king of old wizard, the emperor of being homeless, bear of bear, Zoran the bear. Hello.
Hello.
The winged one, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 60 months. Ruba. Andrew the Sandshrew, that's a great name. Andrew the Sandshrew, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub for 14 months. Sand, Andrew. If you don't hear someone sand dune surfing tonight, I'm going to be an unhappy boy. Well, we'll see what happens. Zenlita, thank you so much for 200 bits. Greetings, new friends, including Zoran, the only bear to meet Monty and live. You get a pass.
Wait, what?
You don't
Monty,
know
do you
about my...
hate bears?
No, bears hate
I've heard
me.
this
I've had...
story.
Why?
I'll tell you later, Caitlin. It's a long story.
I'm ready.
I fought a bear when I was 9. Anyway,
What?
XXHMD, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 13 months. Well, more like I threw a rock at it. Dove and Death, but I had to save my life because I wanted to be alive. Dove and Death, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 10 months. Thank you so much.
This
20
You're just gonna keep
BMG,
slipping in these
thank you so
comments
much
during
for
it.
500 bits. Fantastic, Caleb, thank you so much for 100 bits. Monty, you forgot Die Hard Dice. We'll get to that. We'll get to that near the end. I've never done this before. My lemons are falling out of my hands.
lemons? Oh.
More limes. Remember the guy like, I can't hold all these limes.
Yes.
Pisces, thank you so much for 200 bits. And to be fair, to catch up with Greckles' wacky tour of the Elemental Planes, here's my bits for amazing group. Meek the Basis, thank you so much for 245 bits. Which is scarier, a werewolrus or a vampire walrus?
That's talking so fast.
I'm rap godding it.
Vampire, by the way.
Yeah, vampire.
Yeah.
Gamalia, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. You heard Zoran. He's tough. He's got, bear
He's
muscle.
bear.
He'll survive. Shine Greymon, thank you so much for
With fragile feelings.
Shine Greymon, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 15 months. Don't mess up the Unexpectables.
Oh my lord.
Rain's Fire, thank you so much for 100 bits. I believe in you, Monty. Sam the Golan, Wiener. Thanks. Nice. Vardix, thank you so much for 500 bits. Be careful of the sand, it gets everywhere. Probate, thank you very so much for the tier 3 sub for 16 months. 16 months and still going strong. Hell yeah. DZA 9000, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. Ransack, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Hey, Monty, don't beat up Zoran too badly. Good luck, everyone. You're in good hands. You say that now. Archwecrium D, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 15 months. I can't believe it's been 15 months. Sorry, I interrupted you, Caitlin. I'm so sorry.
No, I just didn't want to die.
Oh, okay. Well,
So don't kill me, please.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Thank you.
And by
Put that
that I
in your
mean not
notes.
at all.
What?
Pegleg Bob, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 6 months. Cane Time, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Lanny Pator. Hey, we know that guy.
Ah! Hello.
C. Vanders, thank you so much for the 250 bits. Can't wait to see this. I also want to torture the player a bit. Making mushroom ravioli and a mushroom, sun-dried tomato, green onion, parmesan, and red wine sauce, and I plan to enjoy it.
Ooh.
Connor, thank you so much for rating with the party of 21. 21.
Hello.
Dax Z99, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. Thank you for the 100 bits. Arch Requiem D, it's my birthday tomorrow, 1 year, and I'm finally officially old. You're not old until you're 95.
You're not old
Nick-
until you've died.
Oh, Jesus.
Until you're becoming
Magic, this is going to be so hard to say. Magic Ninja Gorston Kirby Moro. I'm
Yep,
so
that's
sorry.
it. Nailed it.
yo.
First try. Don't get sand in your eyes. Thank you for the 100 bits. The Mad Hat, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub for 4 months. Haunch Paunch, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 15 months. My therapist says I have a preoccupation with revenge. We'll see about that. Actual RNG, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub for 15 months. Random Man, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Earliest Bread, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. The Red Hawk, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. Hey, I found your pants. Oh my god, you found the pants.
Finally.
There's a guy in this channel called Where Are My Pants? And he's been looking for so long. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. You found it. 200 bits. I found more bits. I grant them to you. Nettle Norseman, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. Dill202, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
What if
Arch
you
Rec-
could never finish reading all of the bits and subs? What if you could never get to the end?
We have a cutoff point. We always do. I have to be the mean person who does it. Now I have to do it to
Aw.
myself. Steve Anders, thank you so much for 250 bits. Death is an illusion, Caitlin. Archwreck
Oh.
indeed, thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs to the community.
Wow.
Zenlita, thank you so much for 300 bits. If RoboCop was a Transformer, he'd be stopped in his crime. That is all.
Nice. It's true.
Listen, Zenlita, Bosco's not here, so you're only hurting me. And is that worth it?
I mean, it's kind of funny.
Well, clip it and send it to Bosco.
Luke the Lucas, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 13 months. Don't know how Twitch stopped counting my subs after 3 months. Yeah, that's an odd one.
Oh.
Dusty Bone, that's a thematic name.
Sweet,
Dusty
sweet,
Bone, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 6 months. Woo, more guest characters. Yeah. Oh god, the name again. Mick Ninja Gorston Pick Kirby Morrow. If it helps, it's supposed to be Magic Ninja Goreston Peace Kirby Morrow. Thank you for the 100 bits. Irrelevant, thank you so much for the 105 bits, just to make the list longer. Nascent Ascent, thank you for 100 bits. And we are done. That is the cutoff. We're done.
Wow.
So, that was
Good
the first time
job.
Did it.
Oh,
Yeah, you did good. You did
I'm
good.
proud of you.
I'm already sweating. I've never done that before.
God,
But you did
Peter.
great.
And now I get to do it, and I get to have my own timing. I would like to thank our sponsor, Die Hard Dice.
Oh, die hard, die!
Do you hear that quality? Do you hear that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful metal dice quality? Die Hard Dice is our sponsor, not just for this 3-part series, but also for the Unexpectables and every other show we have. If you like high-quality dice that are very, very pretty and you will horribly, horribly get addicted to and collect most of them, definitely check out Die Hard Dice. If you want 10% off your discount, you can use the discount code TheUnexpectables at checkout. You can tell them where you found the dice, which is here. I personally like the Celestial Archon dice. They're very, very pretty, and that's what I'm using today. They also have all manner of dice trays, as well as dice towers, carrying cases, and different cool dice, like dice you can magnetize together and have multi-class dice. They have different types of plastic dice and the metal dice. And they also have dice for things like Warhammer, as well as Magic the Gathering. So you can definitely check that out. We love them. And, you know, if I roll badly, you guys can say thank you to Die Hard Dice. And if I roll well, you can, you know, curse the name as if it would help you. So, you know, thank you, Die Hard Dice. All right. Is there anything anybody wants to say before we get started?
Just wanted to say, good job. Carried the intro on. your own.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take
went
it.
great.
Yeah, Jorb good.
We're good.
Jorb, good
Job
time.
good. Job good.
Jorb good.
Jorb stuff.
And now we get to reveal our updated overlay as we jump into the parched sandfields of Ruba.
Gonna peep and then disappear. Also, while you're doing that,
Yes, Caitlin.
I want you. Oh, don't worry about it. You'll see.
Okay.
Keeping it very mysterious.
You'll see.
Can I comment?
Yes,
They look so tiny in your hand.
I know.
They're so small.
Chat has no idea what's happening.
Oh my god, they're so small. What
I
the
know. I
fuck?
love them so much.
You would be
That's so
so
cute.
embarrassed.
I don't. They are so tiny.
Where should I put
Oh.
them on the Discord chat so that chat can see?
You can
No,
just
no, don't
copy.
show-
copy.
You shouldn't.
You know
show it
what?
to
No,
You
don't
just
give
have
him
to say, like-
context. Don't give him
Yeah,
context.
you
Oh.
should. You just say that they should
Yeah.
be ashamed for it being so small in your hand.
Well, it's not my fault they're small in my hand.
Can we play D&D?
That is right. No.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
I have to leave chat now, right? That's the illegal part.
Yeah, this is the illegal, so you guys cannot be in the chat. That is against the rules.
Okay.
Goodbye, Bosco.
By order of the Sultan of the Sands, all known locations of black chain activity are to be delved and cleared out of any black chain dark magics, relics, and histories to prevent the devil god Zargrel's encroachments on the land of Ruba once again. By working with the Alman archives, the good forces of Ruba explore the dangerous lands of shifting sands to complete such a monumental task. The four of you reside in such a desolate and barren land of Ruba. And you have been tasked by members of the Alman Archives, a group setting forth to collect information on the Black Chains and wipe away the torturous history that once plagued the great land of Ruba. The four of you were set out to collect ion stones to be delivered to Dustwell. And after a harrowing battle, a massive explosion, and the worst rodeo of your life, you make your way and see cresting over the hill the stone walls that surround the small town of Dustwell. Its back, a massive, expansive river of fresh water, and the various farms and peoples who live there. Cresting over the hill comes our first intrepid adventurer. Miles, if you could describe yourself, please.
Miles is to the backseat. He is about 6'4", standing, 220 pounds. He's a rogue swashbuckler who drapes himself in kind of a decorated shawl that has a teal and green design on it, with tight leather jerkin, and stands very lean, tall, and both swords on one hip.
As you kind of look over and you look down, you feel a sense of relief now that you're back at civilization. There's too much sand in your clothes, and you could use a good rest. Oh, yeah. And it's like your paw pads are all kind of marred from the heat itself. You're used to the soft sands, and the parched sandfields themselves are more arid and rocky. Following up behind you, trotting gently, cautiously looking out at the surroundings, comes Renoa, if you could describe yourself as well.
I am a centaur with white blonde fur. I have white blonde hair, blue eyes. I stand about 5'3". I weigh about 1,000 pounds. And she has desert flowers on her quarterstaff and in her long braided hair.
As you trot over, you can also see that welcoming river. On its banks are the lush and beautiful flowers that you've known to collect, as well as study and sometimes talk to. It's a beautiful sight to see and reassuring. Following up behind you comes the soft, curious steps of a rather older character. Lorne, if you could describe yourself, please.
I am playing as Lorne Barnes, and with my stature of about 6'4", my own gray hair, large, wide-brimmed wizard hat, pointy hat, along with it carrying a very heavy wizard tome with a staff with an old stone on it that had used to hold magic but has been forever dull, blue tunic and all. The robe switches and swashes through the sand as he follows along with the rest of the party.
As you crest over, looking out, you recognize this place. It's a very nice place, a lot of interesting cultures and books and noises and people. And as you guys, the three of you all kind of stand on the crest, you hear these sort of labored kind of heavy breaths and large footfalls as Manticore, sorry.
Yeah.
Could you describe yourself, please?
Yeah, coming up behind them at the back, nearing kind of 8 foot tall, several hundred pounds, you see a kind of almost his pale complexion broken by the sun, a Goliath with a great sword across his back, but it doesn't look like it's been pulled out of the sheath much, almost to kind of attach to these great big hands. And adorning his face, instead of your usual tattoos you might find on a Goliath, he has various carapace and chitin pieces from the kills he's made, kind of hammered and pierced into his skin, almost like a beard across his eyebrows, across his chin, always symmetrical on both sides, and kind of always a gruff expression on his face, wearing kind of very gladiatorial gear, and adorned with kind of just various bits and bobs he might have picked up along the way. But he looks used to the sand.
As you guys crest over the hill and make your way down to the city, a chest clutched under your arm, Manticore. You return and you need to seek out one known as Tanya Sunweller. She was your hiree for this particular quest you guys went on. As you guys make your way through town, you immediately met with the sounds of the people and the music. So, what do you guys do?
Bring up the back. And just gonna. Oh, why am I the one that has to carry this chest? I don't trust it.
I mean, we have to kind of get it all to the folks anywho, and I don't know if my weak arms can quite help you. I think you were the most capable so far.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember that fight that we were just in, but that dragon kind of tore me up.
Ashit, how are you feeling, by the way, lad? And I come over and I gotta check up on you.
It's getting better. It's, you're pinned down to the ground with a dragon swiping at you. It's not great.
Oh,
It's not a good time.
well, I don't think it looks infected.
It'll get better.
Well, if anything goes wrong, you make sure, to have a lovely assistant here help you out.
Yes. I can help if you're still injured.
I think I've had enough time to rest from now, but, I just didn't want to carry the jewels at this point.
Yes, the pain makes you stronger anyway. You should wear your scars.
And I really am grateful that you're carrying the chest, Manticore.
Oh, you're welcome.
Shucks.
I'm sorry. That caught me off guard.
Good.
Anyway, if I could, look through my notes, we're supposed to deliver that chest to, I guess I'm kind of like, recall memory. Is there a particular place we're trying to?
Yes, the Alman Archives. It is a series of tents that kind of make up a corner of the Dustwell. And you would know that it's a place for great employment. They are literally hiring mostly everyone who is willing to work and is, somewhat trustworthy. And you can even see as you crest over and make your way towards, you see the individual who provided you your job, a young woman, probably in her early 20s, maybe even her late teens. She's wearing what appears to be sort of a set of glasses on her face. She's got kind of a really short kind of auburny bob. She's got kind of really, really tan skin with freckles all across the front of her nose. And you can see her kind of speaking with a human individual, and she herself is human. And she goes, "Excellent, thank you so much." And you watch as the human walks away, she turns and she knows. He goes, oh, excellent, you're back. Ah, good. How did it go?
Well, I think we might need to discuss hazard pay at some point, but as far as I can tell, it went swimmingly. How about you? What's your folks' opinions?
Oh, may I take a look?
Yes. He puts the chest down on the ground.
All right, you put the chest on the ground. She walks over from behind this sort of it's like a countertop. And she kind of walks around. She goes, oh, and she kind of grabs it. That's heavy.
You can do it. I believe in you.
I'm gonna make her roll
He's
strength
just
check.
gonna watch. just watching
Flip
down at
with
the
your
corner.
knees.
You watch like a person dragging a cardboard box across a hardwood floor. She just drags it, and you can just see the sweat. And she's like, okay, whew, got it. And you watch as she opens up the chest, and inside, you guys know what these are. They're Ioun stones, but they don't work. You think of them as kind of just junk. They're dusty and don't really have much use to them. But you see her kind of go through and kind of look at it and go, oh, excellent. Some of them are a bit worse for wear, but this is perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, she kind of closes up the chest. She goes, my employer, Professor Sirius, actually wished to speak with the four of you. An urgent job has come in, and well, you seem to have delivered, pun intended. And I think if you would like some more work, hazard pay could be considered. I'm sure he'd love to talk to you.
As
well,
long as
I
there's
am,
no surprises. Absolutely.
Yeah, and my vacation money has run out. I'm sure we'd love to speak with them. I'm up for it. How about you all?
I'd like to help if I can.
Okay, excellent. He's in the very large tent. You'll have to speak with the guards to get in, but he is expecting you. So, in his words, Tanya, if the 4 that I hired return, please send them to my tent post haste. And if they're dead, well, losses be losses.
So did he know there would be a dragon? Or many of them?
Dragon?
There were a lot of dragons.
There was the
Oh.
large blue dragon and several of its offspring.
Well, the parched sandfields are rather dangerous. So
Yes.
that doesn't. Well, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but that's bad. I'm glad you're okay. Albeit a bit more. And she kind of turns and looks towards you, Miles. Floofy, probably as a result.
Floofy?
Your fur is puffed up, right? Because
Okay.
of the electricity.
Yeah. I thought she was calling me Floofy for a second. I'm like, what? Nickname? Already?
Actually, you know what? She grabs a little sign and puts it on top of her table. I'll just take you there. The guards can be rather stuffy.
Oh, thank you so much.
Follow me. She begins to make her way forward.
I'll follow.
This particular location, a lot of the buildings in Weldune are these sort of really nice clay buildings. Like they're very, very, very nice. But a majority of the normal locale tend to be in these very elaborate and beautiful tents that stand up to the sand pretty well. You see beasts of burden, various different types. Camels, standard affair. But you also see some interesting creatures that maybe some of you haven't seen before in these sort of bipedal lizards. These sort of strange head shapes that kind of run back. Anyone who wants to, as you guys are walking through the camp, especially this camp, as you see a lot of them here, go ahead for me and roll a nature check.
Yes.
Okay.
I would love to. Lauren got a 10.
Ooh,
That's a big dog.
Got a 19.
that's a weird dog. Lauren, you have not seen such creatures, and Manticore makes sense. You haven't seen such creatures. Miles, this actually thematically makes a ton of sense. Your parents actually perhaps have told you stories, or other tabaxi have told you stories. These are hadrosauruses, which are a type of dinosaur, as well as you, Renoa. You also know that these are hadrosauruses, and these are basically like sort of these very strong and powerful. Sorry. I actually did not click for the rolls. Apologies, chat.
Uh-oh.
It's okay.
Oh.
Wildfly has been fixed. You're welcome, chat. Sorry. These particular creatures are from the Tatalon jungles. Dinosaurs in particular are only from that region, yet you know that they are exported to other places where they can be utilized and used and sold. You see them mounted with barding. They have saddles on them. Others just have bags on the back. And they seem to be very, 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 gentle. And they don't seem to show any signs of aggression as they kind of lean down and drink out of troughs of water and kind of look over towards you as you pass by.
And they're well cared for?
Oh, yes. These look
Okay.
well fed and well cared for.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right.
Miles
You also
twiddles
see-
his finger to say hi to one as he's walking.
Kind of go ahead and roll just a animal handling. just
Handle
for fun.
animal check to greet animal.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
that's
to
a
greet the animal.
Oh.
17.
Okay. You kind of view it and it.
Do
Oh.
the same.
You want to do the same? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll a handle animal.
14.
Okay. You guys kind of both wave at the animals and they kind of blink a little bit and then go back to eating. Just they're relaxed. They seem pretty chill with you in your presence. You guys pass by some open tents, and you hear just idle chatter between scholars and philosophers going, yes, but it is worth noting that this particular star, and you just kind of keep walking by and you hear general chatter, and you see kids running through the tents as well. Like they kind of run in front of you and like kind of stop, and like a little girl looks up towards you, Renault, goes, "Wow, pretty." And you watch as their brother kind of grabs her hand and they just take off running. This place is lively and busy, and seems very well organized. And as you guys make your way forward to the main tent, Tanya kind of stops, and you see that the tent's opening. It has like a much bigger kind of igloo style entryway flap, and then the tent itself behind is massive. It's huge. There are 2 guards on either side. One is a really sort of like not big like you, Manticore, but you can tell with your experience in the gladiatorial pits, this guy's like built. He's a fighter. And he stands very stoically on one side. And on the other side, you see what appears to be a blue dragonborn. Female, similar stature, and she's armed with what appears to be a glaive on one side. And they both look like they're some tough cookies. So the guard here is pretty good.
Okay.
And
Manticore's going to puff out his chest.
okay, go ahead and roll an
Stands quarterback.
intimidation check. Roll an intimidation check for fun.
Sounds good.
Pretty
Oh.
good. You
too bad.
as you kind of approach with Tanya, like it's like your 3 companions are in front of you and they're all like, yeah, adventure. And then there's just you towering and kind of like kind of existing behind them, and like the sun is being blotted out by your shoulders, and a little scary. Notably, I'm gonna roll actually because it's fun. Oh no. Okay, that's really funny. Notably, the Dragonborn is completely unmoved. She just kind of like looks up at you, and it's just kind of like, oh, this meathead. The human guy, notably, you can see like a sweat drop, just like, like he's just like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have taken this job.
Oh my god.
Tanya kind of walks up to them and goes, they're here to see Professor Rolrus Sirius. They're the ones that he mentioned. You don't need paperwork, do you? And the human goes, no, we don't. We're good. We're fine. And the Dragonborn kind of shoots him a look and looks back and goes, kind of nods. And she leans over and taking the glaive, she kind of pulls back the curtain of the tent for you guys to enter. And Tanya kind of turns and goes, well, best of luck. And do mind his manners. He's a little stuffy.
Thank you for the advice.
Of course. And good luck. Don't die. You seem like a nice group of people.
That's kind of you to say.
Yes, we haven't yet.
She nods.
We're professionals.
I must say I do like working with you. All right, back to the desk with me. And she kind of turns around and does a little polite kind of like attendant bow, and then makes her way quietly back towards her workplace, leaving you guys with the tent and the 2 guards.
Renault will make eye contact and kind of like bow her head a little bit at each one of them, and then start to walk in.
Okay, you make your way inside, and immediately what catches you, Renault, is the moment your hooves hit the ground, it goes from that sort of gentle, soft, like on sand to a as you hit stone, like proper stone, and it doesn't seem to match the natural environment. It's very strange.
That's interesting.
You can tell it's one of those nice places. They got stone and not sand.
As Lauren enters inside, can I roll an Arcana check? See if
Absolutely,
there's
yes.
The special one I'm looking for is to see if he's done one of those cool little, hi, it's smaller, it's bigger than the inside than the outside. I rolled a 21 for Lauren.
Nice.
Oh my.
The sort of very specific shape of this location, and based off of that roll, you're thinking this is some sort of utilization of stone shape or a similar spell. So some sort of transmutational spell to change the nature of the rock here to have it, accommodate this individual inside. Because you even notice there's some unnatural layering to the rock as you kind of look down and look forward. Definitely magically created or magically summoned in some way, but it doesn't appear to be like an interdimensional space or an unnatural space.
Yeah. Now, either that person or he's got an entire team to make it luxurious for him.
It is very nice inside.
I don't
Yeah.
trust it. What's he up to?
Miles, as you look around, it's not super lavish. Like, you've seen some palaces and they're like, whew, like you're like, your palms get sweaty. But this is a really nice location. It's probably the nicest place in Weldune. And as you make your way inside, there's really nice tapestries, and notably, Lorne and Miles, maybe more so for you guys, there's a lot of books, and not just like papers, like actual bound books, which are very hard to come by in most places of Ruba. And there are stacks of them on various different furniture as you make your way through this sort of hallway. Manticore, you have to lean down because there are actual hanging like chandeliers as well that are giving ambient light. And you're just like kind of having to like, lean your head down and make your way through.
Imagine he hit his head off the first one before he noticed. It was like, "Urgh," and now he's just leaning under them.
As you guys make your way, you see another flap, which seems to have these sort of yellow tassels, and you can hear a sound of a quill moving, and you get this sort of smell as well. It's like a really strong sort of incense smell mixed with kind of like ink, if that makes sense. And it hits your nose, like not in a hard way, it's a very subtle way, but as you get closer and closer, it just kind of creeps into you. Also, notably, as you go further and further in, it's very cool in here. It's hot outside, but in here it's like really cozy, almost like air conditioning.
Kind of feels like we just stepped into a completely different part of the continent, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Reminds me of
Yeah,
the
it's
shop.
the work of a lot of people and a lot of magic, it feels. On the way out, we should probably go check out some of those books if they're available to the, potential employers. I'm sure it'd be a nice pit stop for us to, take a little look-see. But for now, we probably have to hurry, daylight is burning. We did have a late trip through. And, Lauren kind of, like, hurries up a little bit, trying to get through the, maze of tapestries.
As you push forward the tapestry in front of you, immediately you see the largest, why this tent is so large. In the centermost point, you see a massive oak desk, which just looks so out of place. You've seen desks like this, though, Lauren. You've even worked on desks like these, but in this desert region, it's so strange. And you can see filling up the entirety of the space is a library. It is various different mismatched shelves from floor to the top of the tent of books, or cases, or stone like lock boxes. It's a ton of stuff. Like, you're just like, oh wow, this is a whole thing. And sitting at that desk, you can see working the quill, and as the moment you guys sent Devin, the quill just stops. An individual looks up at you. You see a very, very well-dressed blue tiefling. He has these sort of straight horns that run directly up vertically on either side of his head. He has black hair that's pulled back into a tight ponytail, and his eyes are just this super vibrant red. Notably as well, he's wearing a pair of smaller glasses on the bridge of his nose, and he's wearing a very, very nice red velvet suit vest with a white cravat that kind of spills out from the chest point. And notably, as he stops and turns and looks towards you, he dips the pen back into its holding place and looks up and kind of crosses his fingers and leans up and goes, "Ah, yes, you must be the charge that Tanya had spoken about. Please enter, if you would." And you watch as he kind of flexes his hands, and you watch as from the corners of the room, 4 chairs come out and just set in front of him out of nowhere. Like, they just move unnaturally. Lauren, this is a very low-level spell, and because of your base Arcana knowledge, this is Unseen Servant that he's utilizing here to push these chairs into proper place.
Very, very elaborate. Didn't really need that. Oh, watch out, Manticore. I'll take a staff and kind of move a bit of the cloth up so his head won't hit it, and and don't be afraid of the chairs. It's natural. And yes, Professor Sirius. Thank you for having us under your hospitality here. I am Lord. Lord will take off his hat and kind of bring it to his chest, kind of like, respectfully under his domain, and he'll be just like, and these are the folks that I've met up to kind of bring you your last charge. And I kind of motion over to Miles so he can introduce himself first.
Miles is kind of more interested in the moving chairs at the moment. He's not used to seeing magic done on such a, luxurious level. So he just kind of like sits down in the chair, leans back, kicks back his arms in the air to stretch. He's like, I'm Miles. That's the Proclaimer of 1,000 Miles. And it was fun. Thanks for hiring us. It's, I wish you would have told us about dragons and stuff. But
unfortunately, I manage the Alman archives. I do not manage the machinations of blue dragons, I'm afraid.
That's unfortunate.
But he leans forward in the oak desk and notices the two stragglers in the hallway still, and just kind of leans forward. His eyes are piercing, by the way. Like the where the whites of the eyes would be, instead it's just black, and then the pupils themselves are just red, with sort of these like similar to you, Miles, the sort of cat-like vertical slits that kind of run up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Come in, don't be shy. My presence and my form may be a bit concerning, but I guarantee I do not bite.
Right.
You go first.
Oh, thank you.
And she'll go forward, look at the chair, kind of awkwardly try and put her back half into it, and it's not really working, so she just kind of stands up.
I hope you won't mind if I stand.
Noted, that is my fault. He flicks his hand and the chair that was next to you kind of moves away, just giving you space to stand there.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Certainly. He kind of looks like his neck cranes as he looks up at you, Manticore, and goes, I believe I am aware of you, gladiatorial fighter. Heard a bit of chattering amongst the tents about your presence here.
Good, yes. I don't like your magic, though.
Well, luckily you won't have to deal with it for too long, is my hope.
Have you got any food?
Certainly, yes. Shall I summon it with magic, or would you have me stand?
You can do that with magic?
Yes, I can.
It's not too hard.
I might like your magic. He's gonna walk over to one of the chairs that I imagine is probably too small for him. He's just gonna delicately sit in it, and you hear this kind of creak of the chair.
As you do that, and as he kind of turns to cast a spell, there's a moment of hesitation where he looks back, and you can just see him going, that's expensive. But then he just turns back and flexes his hands, and you watch as a bowl of fruit just hovers over and sets on the table in front of you, Manticore.
All right, he picks up the bowl and just starts eating from it.
Yeah, it's delicious. There's durian, there's lychee, there's pineapple, there's all kinds of different very exotic fruits. Apples, which are not very common here. Most of the food in this region, fruit-wise, is really tart. So having some really, really nice, lush, delicious fruit is really nice.
Miles grabs an apple. He's very easily amused by everything that's happening right now. He basically has had a smile on his face since the second he got in.
When you grab an apple, by the way, Manticore's gonna growl at you. Get your own bowl. I asked him for this one.
Oh,
Fine.
May I have one?
Yes, what would you like?
Anything is fine.
Anything you'd like.
She'll just reach for whatever's close.
Okay. You reach over, you just grab a group of grapes.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Yes. He's gonna start stuffing his mouth with apples and durian fruit.
As you guys are doing that, you watch as Professor Rolrus Sirius kind of stands up, and you see behind him is the swishing sort of tail with the kind of triangular point at the end. And he steps over and he grabs a decanter and some wooden cups, and he brings them over and places them in front and pours you guys all out a fresh glass of tall water. Excellent. So, I'm intrigued by some business and a personal endeavor, if you would be willing to oblige me.
Of course.
Sure thing.
Excellent.
Miles crosses one leg.
You seem to be a rightful sort with a good mix of talents and skills. Hopefully that will be a benefit to your survival. I don't mean that to be foreboding, but the nature of these lands is rather dangerous and rather strange. I'm not one to leave the city walls when I don't have to, and I'd rather keep it that way. But something has come to my attention that cannot be ignored. One of my companions on this archivist journey is a friend by the name of Albrin Trueboots. He's a outgoing sort, likes to be inside the dusty tombs rather than reading about them. A simple nature that I can't seem to bring myself to understand, but at the very least I would hate to dull his enjoyment of this excursion, and to say he does not provide results would be a lie. That being said, the man went out on an excursion about a week and a half ago and has not returned. This is extremely concerning, as he was supposed to file a report about 4 days ago.
Florida raise up a hand and go, what type of reports has he usually been sending, and what location has he been at?
He sends in cartography maps of the location in which he's exploring, as well as itemized reports of items found on location, as well as various different reports of weather patterns, magical influences, that sort of thing. He kind of leans back and looks towards the shelves. That would be the collection you see behind us. Each of these books is to be sifted through and either delivered to the Sultan of the Sands or to be destroyed, as they contain knowledge that should not be shared with anyone.
So Lauren kind of goes, question like, try, I guess, my next question of glancing through the books is out of the question.
Perhaps not, sir. I can see that you are one practiced in arcane, and if you are proven to be an amicable ally, I'm sure there's no reason to deny you such a request. But as the time has right now, one chore done does not provide enough trust, respectfully. And he kind of nods his head towards you.
Of course, I understand. I only wanted to make the argument that if he has gone missing, something of the books of the nature that it was held there might help us along in the journey, but if security is of matter, no worries.
He kind of nods and he looks back and goes, to hear that you are well versed in the sands, and he looks towards you, Miles, is a relief to hear. He had headed north, directly cutting through the Sandfields, and made his way to the Mitikalan ziggurat.
What's that?
It is a temple to the north that belongs to the Tlinkali, a race of scorpion people. Particularly, it was a base of operations for the Black Chains of Ruba, the slaving group I'm sure you are aware of.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We believe there are several relics and magics there that pertain to the Black Chain, and they run the risk of perhaps rousing them back to their feet, something which the Sultan does not wish for. Albrin Trueboots was sent there to simply scope out the location, and the fact that he has not returned is of grave concern. My request of you, and he stands up again and kind of walks over and kind of paces, sort of like, brings the hands behind the back and clasps them together and kind of walks. His outfit is very much not made for this weather, and he has a sort of air about him. We're perfect poise, really well read. He kind of paces over, and you watch as he walks over and picks up a wooden box and brings it back to his desk and places it down. My request of you is to go to the Mitikalan ziggurat, find Albrin Trueboots, and find out what's going there. Clearly, the guards he had hired was not amicable enough, and also not good enough. Either that, or some sort of force has made him go missing, and I need to know what that force is. He opens up the wooden box, and inside you see an amulet that's kind of glass-fronted. It almost looks like a pocket watch without the cover on it. And inside, instead of a clock face, is a piece of stone. And he kind of gently slides that forward to the four of you.
Oh,
Lauren, go ahead. I'm sorry.
what's this?
This is an amulet of Find the Path. It contains a piece that we had in our collection of the Mitikalan ziggurat that was provided to us. It was part of a stone relief. By taking this, it will guide you directly to the Mitikalan ziggurat without you getting lost through the sands and the sandstorms. By providing this to you, I hope that this will make your journey there safer, in the hopes that whatever dangers lie there can be handled with the best of your ability and at the peak of your performance. And he looks over towards Manticore, who I'm assuming is still stuffing his face.
Yeah, he kind of says, yes, whatever you need. More fighting is good by us. We're good at fighting. I saw them fight. And So good at it. He just goes back to eating. Not very conversational.
Lauren would like to do mage hand on the talisman and hover it over to Miles and go, I think you'll be a good fit to take care of this boy.
Miles?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Miles grabs the amulet. He actually looks at him in the eye and says, "Pray tell, this will steer us away from the dangers of the desert."
It will not. The dangers of the desert will still provide. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do within my power to prevent such things. Believe me, if I could, I would. And I probably would leave this tent, but I don't have such luxuries. The fact that you have such reliable, competitive allies will be something you may have to utilize.
I see. So, let me get this straight. You want us to search out an Auburn True Boots at the Ziggurat, potentially quell any rebellions that we might come across, and I'm still sitting here wondering what's in it for us.
To each of your heads, you will be provided 1,000 gold pieces each. This is a surmountable sum. As well as before leaving on your journey, I'm going to provide you whatever goods you need. There are 3 shops here in town who can provide you whatever goods you provide, within reason. He kind of gives you all a very stern glare, not in like a mean way, but more like, don't be a jerk to these people. This place is kind of, Weldune is a nice town, but it is not a luxurious or, what's the word?
It's not prosperous, really.
Not prosperous, but it's not downtrodden either. And you get the sense that with Rolrus being here, he wants to keep it that way in the sense that he doesn't want the people here to suffer because of his presence. So that seems to be what he's kind of forwarding onto you as being his charge. He doesn't want that to be, a poor investment for the people here. He seems to care.
Okay.
There are 3 shops. There's Torque. He's a weaponsmith. He can provide you with basic melee arms. There's Balsmithar, who is a armor smith as well as a general shop goods. And then there's Velena. She's a fletcher. Anything ranged you can get there.
And more of this fruit for the road.
Provisions can be provided, yes. Though perhaps something a little less perishable would be better. Dried meats and such. I hear camel is delicious. And you can see his corner of his mouth kind of twitch a little at that statement.
This all sounds wonderful. I'm sorry, dear. What?
I was just going to say that I have the same ability to create food if we do need.
Oh, excellent.
It's been very helpful, but we better start a gift camel in the mouth. I suspect we'll go out and grab any, make up any work orders and bring you the receipts of them. And if you could provide us with several weeks travel, I assume this will only take us maybe a week or so to get to the site, correct?
Not even. The travel there takes 3 days. The time provided I mentioned of my companion being gone becomes more concerning when you put that into consideration. It takes 3 days travel at a proper speed. Sandstorms will slow you down.
Well, here's to hoping there's no sandstorms. He says very sarcastically.
Yes, of course. Any items you could help us out with the sounds and stuff would be appreciated. But I assume we'll return to you here in a couple hours.
Certainly. You watch as he kind of goes over and he pulls out a contract, which is something you're used to. The first job you did, there's a contract basically saying, like, you're going to do this and we're going to pay you this amount. So that way they can't, cheat you out and take your money. Just for the sake of not having to incite 1,000 times that this is legit. This is like, Lauren, this stuff really, really well. And you've
he's
also
already
probably
magically got a quill.
Oh
There you
yeah,
go.
like this is some official paperwork nonsense. You're used to it. You're especially as a wizard. And assuming you guys do not protest, is there anything clarifying you would like to ask Rolrus before you depart him?
I think I'm good on my end.
I ask him, or Lauren will ask him, like, what were you hoping, as he's kind of signing through some of this stuff, it was like, what were you hoping to find at that site?
To my knowledge and reading papers on it, the Mentakalan Ziggurat was home to the Tlinkali Empire before it was taken over by the Black Chains. To my knowledge, it's a ritual site, a place where they could summon demons and devils to help them with their conquest. He kind of gives you this sort of smile that's just like, ooh, doesn't that sound fun? But in a sarcastic way. Kind of like a,
Yeah, another one. Okay. It's like,
It has been
Yeah.
sealed since the end of the Civil War, but it could very easily be unsealed, which is what Albert Trueboots was looking into. We were going to see the nature of it and see what's there, essentially. But it is a place of great evil, and if not that, it is a place where bandits could hold up, and we'd rather not have that.
wonder the pose a question. Say, for example, we find a way while we're down there to unseal it. Would you like us to make the initiative to it, or would you like us to leave it be?
While I am the captain of this excursion of the Alman archives, that particular, well, assuming he's alive, he watches, he kind of like takes a sip of his water and kind of thinks about it for a moment. Albert Trueboots is in charge of that expedition. If that is something he wishes to pursue, if he's alive, then you may pursue it. I would say ensure that the location is secure. And if it is not secure, ensure that the location is not a threat.
Very well. Nolan will finish signing and also hand his pen over to anybody else who needs it.
Is there like
Vanilla.
an inkwell, or is it like?
Yes, he has one on his desk, and he just kind of pushes it towards you guys.
I'm gonna dip my my claw into it and quickly etch my name in instead of grabbing the pen.
Yeah, it works pretty well. You're like, do. It's like finger painting, but like
Yeah.
more fancy.
Exactly.
Manticore's just going to dip a finger in and then just press his finger down on it. He doesn't really have a signature. He just presses into it as much as he can.
Rolrus watches that and goes, yes, I'm not surprised by that.
And
You may take the bowl of fruit with you as well, so.
Oh, yes, I was going to.
Well, look at Manticore. That's very smart, you know.
Oh, yes.
The most truest of signatures is your own flesh and blood. You just represented it there.
Miles is still hungry,
Oh.
but he wants another piece of fruit. So he looks at Manticore. Can I please have one?
No,
Oh,
you could have my core. And he just gives him one of the apple cores.
just hold it in my hand and stare at it.
Renoa?
Renoa takes a little dried stalk from a flower out of her hair and delicately dips it into the ink and then signs her name.
Is it
After you
like-
all sign. Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I was going to ask, is it like way fancy and way prettier than everyone else?
Absolutely it is.
There's a heart over the eye.
She like spends time practicing calligraphy. So yes.
And I wanted to do something silly, if that's okay. I wanted the mage hand, one of the apples from Manticore's bowl. I'll try to do it stealthily, so it goes like behind him and right into Miles's hand. And then Lauren will kind of lean over and just give him a wink and then start heading out.
Grab it.
Do you want to challenge that, Manticore, or do you want to just let that happen?
I think he'd be too distracted staring at Miles, trying to make sure Miles doesn't steal anything, because he's seen how sneaky Miles is. That he has no idea.
All right. You guys make your way out. And I believe before we started, you guys mentioned wanting to get some gear. So
Mhm.
now is the time. You guys can get items that are under the price of 75 gold pieces, except for animals. Unfortunately, animals here are kind of hard to get, especially with how remote it is. So those are not available. But in terms of like weapons, armor, and general supplies, you guys can go to shops and you guys can figure out what you would like. Is there anything anybody would like specifically? That's probably the easiest thing to do.
I would love to go to Valina's ranged shop.
Okay. As a group, does anybody protest that? Is everyone okay with that?
That's fine.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You guys collect as a group and make your way to this one tent stall, very similar open front area. And you can hear children kind of laughing. And you watch as there's a lady there. She looks like she's in her 40s. Very dark complexion, like tight bun that's kind of all tied up. And she's wearing like a really thick leather sort of apron. And as you guys approach, she kind of nods and goes, "Hail!
Hail.
You guys are the adventuring sort. It's good for business. How can I help you?"
So, me and my friends here, we were recently told that we were going to be given provisions for a mission that we're undertaking. And I need a ranged weapon because last time I forgot to pack something and it kind of messed me up a little bit. So I would like to see if you have anything of the crossbow variety.
Crossbow, all right. You watch as she gets up, and I'm gonna get up.
Oh no, I made her get up.
Oh, it's
How
okay. I gotta-
dare you?
Oh,
I'm
no.
a hipster, as I've been told many a time, so I have to get up to grab my books. You watch as she kind of goes, and she goes, I have crossbows, yeah. I have hand crossbows, and I have a heavy crossbow, and I have a light crossbow.
Okay. Out of the game real quick. Can you dual wield hand crossbows? Is that a thing you can do?
It's an offhand weapon, but they're
It's an offhand.
expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a light weapon, but it has loading properties. So you can like attack with like a basic attack, and then light hand shoot it actually, which is the benefit of a light crossbow. Or sorry, hand crossbow.
Okay, I guess it would probably make more sense to just do light crossbow then for this.
Okay, you want to get a light crossbow? Sure
Yeah.
thing. As you kind of look, she turns and she kind of goes, Kaya, go grab the medium crossbow, honey. And you hear some shuffling, and you watch as a little girl who's maybe like 7 or 8 kind of comes up and is holding like this giant crossbow, and she takes one step. I would like everybody in the party, Renoa with advantage and Manticore with disadvantage, everyone to make charisma checks for me, just base charisma checks.
Okay.
Ugh.
Oh my goodness. Where are you?
Oh, perfect.
I rolled so bad.
Why?
Lauren got a 3.
So,
Am
Caitlin,
I
it's not in
crazy?
your proficiency. It's to the left, so you just have to click the ability.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Just 9. It's just 9.
All right, perfect. As this small child is walking up with the crossbow, she looks up and sees the giant, scary Goliath man with spikes coming out of his face. And immediately she's like, starts crying, just absolutely starts crying and drops the crossbow. And you watch as Valina goes, oh god, sorry. And you watch as she goes over and she kind of picks up her daughter and kind of starts like comforting her, and she like with her foot like just slides the crossbow towards you guys.
Renoa immediately shatters when the child cries. Like,
Don't worry, I can
No,
fix
no,
this.
no.
I'm really good with children. And he's just gonna like just do an angry face. I'll make it laugh. Rah!
Roll an intimidation check.
oh no.
Oh man. Immediately as you do that, there's just a scream. Like the camera zooms out outside of like the village, and you just hear a high-pitched shriek. And all of you guys, you're all deafened for like a minute. And you're just like, and you watch as Linda goes, "Get your baby, go! Take the bow and go! It's okay, honey, it's okay. It's the mean man's gonna leave."
Miles loves kids and he's like wants to like calm this child down, but there's so much chaos happening that he just picks up the bow and it's like, I'm sorry, we're sorry. I didn't no, it's
Grab some bolts,
okay. And Miles grabs a couple bolts.
While this is happening, it's just like like full on like kid in an airplane like screaming. Like it's really people are staring now.
It's like a fire alarm going off in like a apartment building.
Yeah, Lauren. Yeah.
I apologize. I wanted to see if I can intercede, unless if Renoa wanted to come in and do something.
Yes. She's going to take she's gonna go up to the child and pull one of the like closed up flowers out of her hair and then hold it and use druid craft to make it bloom in front of her.
Okay. Roll a persuasion with advantage.
Okay. Beep beep beep. 13.
Okay. You make it bloom, and the kid's like, and she kind of just stops. She seems really upset still, but she has stopped screaming, which is she's still crying. Like her face is all red and snotty. She's a very cute kid, but she definitely got scared. She kind of looks up towards you.
Here, you can have this.
She kind of reaches out and she takes it, kind of like her hands all shaky, and she takes it. And she kind of looks at it and looks down at it. And her mother kind of bounces her and goes, "Look, it's magic, honey. Did you see that? See how it bloomed?"
Now, we should probably go.
Sorry.
No
Give my
worries.
regards to Rolrus if you can. And be sure that your friend takes some bolts. There's 20 there, sir. She kind of points towards you, Miles.
Okay, thank you so much.
20 right there. Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
luck.
Very sorry.
It's fine. We have some growing up to do. The world's a scary place.
Manticore's backed out of the shop already. Just kind of the
Before-
first time fear came to his face was when he saw a child cry.
Before we leave, Miles would actually like to flick over a piece of gold towards the shopkeeper.
All right, yeah, you just ting, ting, ting. It lands on the ground, and she kind of gives you a nod.
Mhm.
All right. Is there anything else anybody else would like to purchase in terms of supplies? You have general supplies, and you have a weaponsmith who does melee weapons.
Probably hit up the weaponsmith to buy a shield.
Okay, absolutely. As you approach the weaponsmith, you can hear the far off. You can just smell it and hear it. The sound of a blacksmith shop, and you expect to see burly guy with the sounds of these heavy hammer hits. And you see a red kobold, kind of grizzled looking, older. Notably, there's an eye patch over one eye, and the ears are long and slender. And you see as he's kind of working on a piece of metal, and kind of turns up and goes, "Can I help you?"
Yes, I need a shield.
You're a big fella. You're gonna need a big shield.
Yes. Get a
Got-
big one.
You got a certain style you want? Metal, bone, wood? That's a joke. Metal, bone, what do you want?
Yes, metal bone.
Metal, bone. All right. You watch as he kind of digs through, and he pulls out this rather strange-looking shield. It's kind of curved a bit more in there's a sort of a natural curve to a shield, right? Where it kind of like bends back a bit. This is a more exaggerated bend. Notably, too, the top and bottom, the bottom comes to like kind of a spiked beak bottom, and then the top kind of comes to these like four-pronged, almost like horn-like protrusions at the top.
Cool.
Go ahead and roll either an Arcana or a Nature check with advantage, Manticore, because of your history with creatures.
They are both a -1.
Let's go.
Come out.
15.
Hey,
Okay.
that's okay. That's okay.
You have fought creatures like this. This is the head plate of a Rubian bullet. So basically you call them land sharks or sand sharks. And this appears to be just the headpiece that's been refurbished as a shield. But you know it's strong. There you
I
go.
like that one. I like this one a lot.
Hey, what can I say? Torque knows style when he sees it. And he kind of slides it over towards you.
He picks it up, kind of tries it on a little bit.
It's light.
How much?
Surprisingly light. You're working for Rolrus, right?
Yes.
That's free.
I like working for Walrus. Okay, thank you.
No worries. What about your friends back there? Take it the wizard doesn't need anything.
Would you like a shield like this, Lorne?
Oh, no, definitely not. I have my own shield that I can conjure up. Thank you, though.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Blacksmith. Would you like a piece of fruit?
Kind of looks over. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yes, I'm full. You might as well take this. He just places the bowl of fruit
Oh.
on the desk.
Poor Miles.
While this
No
was
food.
actually, while this was happening, anytime Manticore was looking away, I was stealthily taking a bite of the apple. that
Oh my
Manticore was
god.
looking
Taking a singular grape each time.
Yeah. at. I'd actually like to use sleight of hand to see if I can slip it into Manticore's pocket.
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead and roll a sleight of hand, and Manticore roll a perception check if you consent to this, Manticore.
Yeah, it's great, yeah.
27.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god!
Oh
Natural one. Amazing. Also, I completely forgot. Just a reminder: do call out your rolls, like what number you get, just for the
Okay, yeah.
podcast. Yeah, just because we do have an audio-only version. So if we haven't been calling out our rolls at this point, sorry, podcast listeners, you can commit unalive on me the next time you see me, because that's my mistake. I
Yeah,
forgot.
Austin, edit that.
Yeah, edit that.
Austin. Get it.
Sounds
like-
like a
Did it.
Microsoft Sam thing in there. It's like 5.
Yeah.
1,
Oh my god.
You rolled
15.
a 1. You did a number 1.
Connor is so good at Caitlin. Next time you're with Connor, ask him to do the robot voice. It's really impressive.
Oh, I've heard. It's
Oh,
it's
it's so
amazing.
good.
Hello.
Hello. All right. Anybody else want any melee weapons at all?
I'm good on
Do we
that
need
front.
anything?
Okay.
Do we need anything like? Do you guys all have rope and stuff? I think we should all have it in our packs,
I
right?
believe we do in our packs.
I
Yeah.
do. I
Mhm.
have
I don't know if there's anything we really need before a ziggurat.
I think
I'm
you
trying to
guys
think of
have
anything really
rations as
clutch.
well.
Oh,
There-
yeah,
there would-
rations for sure.
there would-
healing potions.
Oh,
That's a good
smart.
point.
I have nothing of the healing variety, so that's
Yeah,
probably
because
nice.
if everyone else
Yes.
bought all their stuff and that's what I was saving my stuff for last, they'd either get that or be like, "Hi, what magic stuff you got for me?" And it's like, "Nothing." Okay, healing potions.
This is a remote place. Maybe the general shop would have healing potions, but that is not a
Yeah.
guarantee, but you could ask.
Okay.
As you guys
Um,
approach the general shop, it is actually a proper building. It actually is not a tent. It is a proper clay building with a smokestack that has like fire coming out of it, and notably a sort of like hot dog stand style countertop with a sort of overhang to it. Renoa, sorry, I interrupted. You wanted to do something?
Oh, I was just going to say that she would probably get just a couple little component things, like a little, if she could get a bag of sulfur, if she could get.
Yeah. That's
Feathers,
presumed,
that
like we
kind of
mentioned
thing.
before. We got
Yeah,
those,
yeah,
so you
yeah.
have one of each for everything. So
Oh, okay. I didn't know if we needed to get extra for.
unless you want to cast a second time, probably not. This place is pretty remote, unfortunately. So a lot of rare materials. Like if you want to find like a chalice for like Hero's Fist, good luck. That's not happening.
No, I think just like especially the little, if she could get like a satchel of sulfur so that she had multiple uses of that. And
Okay.
then
How much does it say in the spell description is worth?
it's just a pinch. So
If it
um,
doesn't have a cost, you automatically have it.
oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah,
something
you're-
she
you're
would
good.
have on her pack on her own,
Yeah.
I guess.
You
Okay,
always
great.
have that. Yeah.
Good. Never mind.
As you approach the general shop, you see behind it is a kenku. For those who might be near to D&D, bird people. Specifically, this one is a turkey vulture with a sort of kind of turkey-ish looking head and a very large body. Like the head is peewee small and the body is massive. And they're wearing a very nice, beautiful, like blue robe. They appear to be kind of in the merchant attire. And you can see behind them is just like all sorts of different goods and baubles and things and rope and tents and tinder boxes and all manner of things. And as you approach, they go,
Ah, welcome to my shop. How may I help you?
Ah, yes, I'm looking to see if you have, the goods or services of the magical variety.
he kind of looks you up and down, and like the head entirely moves just because of the size of it. Just kind of like kind of reads you. We'll roll for that. You are in luck. I recently actually procured 2 potions. You watch as he kind of like, almost like his fingers kind of like brought up to his chin. He kind of creeps over to the corner, and you hear kind of the movement of boxes. And he procures 2 small vials that he places in front of you. These are small healing potions, but magic doesn't come to town very often, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Oh, yes, it's been, quite a void of it, really. Are you sure you have nothing else?
I have
know you have the good
paper.
stuff.
I have paper, and that's about it, but most of my paper has been bought by those scholars in the tents.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I guess we can go for this. Can you ensure the quality? It's not watered down, is it?
Certainly not. It would not work if it was. I may not be a purveyor of magical goods, but I know quality when I see them. And I must say I'm rather scorned that you would think I would sell improper goods, sir.
Well, you could never be too careful. Someone such as yourself must be used to so many strangers with so many motivations. You could never be too careful. You have to forgive me on that front.
Curiosity does not make me resist business, so by all means.
Well, I'll take the 2 then.
Very well, that will be 50 gold pieces each.
50 gold. Is there a way to haggle?
Sure, go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
You see, this is definitely something that this might be a life or death situation, back in Hoggleboggle, back, in those areas, that this would go for a far cheaper price of
Okay, 14.
I got a 14.
You keep
out of that.
talking. You can start grandpa storying him a lot, and he seems to be getting tired. And he goes,
I will give them both to you for 70 gold.
Wait, how much were they each?
They were
50 gold
gold.
pieces
50
each.
apiece.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Oh man, that sounds like a great deal. Thank you so much for working with me. And he'll pass over the money.
Very well. Any other goods for you and your multi-legged companions?
He kind of gives an eye over at the centaur, which is not a very common occurrence in this area, but they do exist in Ruba.
Renoa, the whole time, so with the moment she entered the door, she clasped her hands together and has been like the biggest smile on her face and has just been staring at the merchant the whole time. With a
Kind of gives a side eye, kind of covers, he kind of brings up his robe and is just like, what are you looking at?
I'm so sorry. There was a Kenku like you when I grew up. It's just so nice to see another one.
Ah, yes. Many are nomadic in their Hoketh religion, and I found a different path for goods. I'm glad to have made you happy.
He kind of smiles, but it's hard for him.
You certainly have. Thank you for being here today.
You're welcome. And the rest of you?
Yes, have you got any fine clothes?
I certainly do, my fine sir, though you might be a difficult fit. What could I interest you in?
I don't know. I fancy wig and maybe something nice around the shoulders. We've got a budget.
I have a camel cloak if you wish.
And you watch, he just brings over this really thick, kind of leathery cloak.
Yes, just throw it all on the budget.
Very well.
And he kind of bundles it up and hands it to you.
And a drum.
A drum? Very well.
And you watch as he hands you a drum. I believe that's within your cost range.
I'll just wait for you to go. Oh, and a box of gum.
Yeah,
Blanket
drum
as
is
well.
drum is easy enough to get. Yeah, absolutely. Do you want a blanket as well?
Yes, throw it all on.
Make sure to add these to your inventory, by the way.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
All right, you want a
Which-
blanket as well?
Yep. Anyone else want anything?
Oh,
Uh,
right. Do you have anything that would be useful in our journey? I'm
Do you-
really not sure what I would need at this point, but since you live around here, you might know.
I would recommend a tent.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. A tent then.
Lauren
Each
will-
tent. You watch as he goes over and he pulls out this rolled up tent. He goes,
Each one of these could fit 2 people. Well, maybe one of him.
he kind of nods towards Manticore.
I would recommend probably 3.
Is that acceptable, everyone?
Fine with me.
Fine with me.
Okay, add 3 tents to your inventory. Sorry, Manticore, and also you, Renoa. You guys are, while you are technically medium creatures, you're also very big.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Your anatomy. So you take 1 tent each.
And
Okay.
rations.
Wait, I'm
You guys
taking
should
one
have-
tent.
Yeah, you guys have 1 tent. I'm gonna say just because he's a heavy lifter.
Hey, big
Sorry,
boy.
Manticore, you're gonna be carrying this stuff because it is heavy.
That's okay.
You guys should have rations from your starter kits. You should have at least 10, which will
Yes.
last you. So
Yes, we do. Yeah, you're right.
On this
Very well.
3-day journey, are there any creatures that we might come across that you could warn us of?
he kind of cackles breathlessly, and as each time he laughs, his neck kind of shortens each time, and his head goes into his body.
He kind of turns, he goes, There are many dangers in the deserts, my friend. Why, you have sandworms and dragons and the land sharks, and don't even get me started on rocks and the Three Creed and the Twin Callies and various other banditries. There are many dangers in the sands, my friends. The flavors are just different.
Oh,
Good. Hmm.
well, I suppose it's good to know. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you for the business. And tell Rolrus he owes me money.
Will do.
Yes.
All right. You guys have your gear. So whatever you bought, make sure to add that to your inventory. I'll add your crossbow, Miles, to your
Sure.
combat sheet.
I actually had a thing I wanted to do real quick, if that's okay. I had a
Yeah,
quick-
absolutely.
Is it okay for us to talk about the Midicala and Ziggurat with the Kenku?
If you want to, you can try to.
Okay. Miles is gonna wait till everyone leaves, and he wants to have a private conversation real quick. If everyone's cool with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Miles kind of saunters over to the front counter of the store and essentially leans in and says, "All right, hey, shopkeep to shopkeep. I'm a bit of a treasure hunter. Fancy myself one of a collector of jewels and whatnot. And I didn't want to tell anyone else. I don't want anyone else to know what I'm doing. But I'm kind of thinking about doing a little bit of treasure hunting on our mission. And I was wondering if you knew of anything in the area of the Midicala and Ziggurat that I could be looking for."
He's going to make a history check. He rolled really, really well.
Oh shit. I will, of course, pay for the information.
He kind of looks side to side and leans forward and goes, There are rumors of a magical cloak that lies hidden there, not in the temple itself, but in the surrounding area. A treasure stolen from a sand wizard from long past. I'm sure many people have been there, so it could be gone, but it is a fun story, and such an item would sell for a great price.
I see. Miles will tip his head and flick the shopkeep a gold coin and be on his way.
All right.
This is
I
out of
just-
character. Lauren's gonna fireball you for that.
Shoo.
not really, but it's, just want to mention that I like magic stuff, and I will fight you for magic stuff.
All right. So with that,
I gotta make a living. I gotta sell things, you know.
With that, you guys have collected your goods. You've upset a child. You've made some friends, maybe.
I think.
It's a Saturday.
What was the Kenku's name? Walrus told us, right?
Balmunzafar is his name.
Whoa!
Yeah, Belmunzafar, that's what it is.
I'll type that out for you.
I'm just gonna guess.
So I needed a clarification on the specific potions I got.
It is 2d4 plus 2.
Gotcha, thank you.
No worries. All right.
All right, well, Lauren, and I assume everyone's trailing behind the hat back to Professor Sirius.
Okay. You don't really have much reason to talk to him. You guys have your mission. So if you guys want to rest and then head out the next morning, that's completely possible. Or if you guys want to head out right now as well.
What time is
Time
it?
in the yeah.
You guys returned pretty early. The Ironstones were just a pickup. That was like a day's trip. So you guys made it back probably like it's about probably after shopping, probably about 2 in the afternoon.
It's kind of early. We could head out.
Yeah, I
Get our
think we could
tents.
just yeah.
Okay. You guys collect your things, make your way out of the city walls. The guards allow you to leave. And as you guys make your way out over the Sandfields, I would like the marching order.
I guess if I have the amulet, does that mean I'll be in the front?
Sure
Yeah.
will. So Miles is in the front.
We'll
Let's
lead.
we'll put the wizard in the middle somewhere, right? So that
Yeah, I can be like
sneaks up
third.
behind.
Oreo
I could go
position.
right at
That's
the
what I like
back.
to hear. All right, Manticore in the back. And then we have Renoa behind Lauren. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what pace do you guys want to go at? Do you guys want to go at a hurried pace, which means you're going fast, but you're automatically failing stealth checks? Do you guys want to go at a moderate pace where you guys are going a normal speed and you have a chance to do stealth checks, or do you want to go stealthy where you're just stealthing entirely as a group? You
I
go
guess it
slowest
depends
that
on
way.
how open this desert is, because I don't know if stealth is going to help us in a massive, wide open desert.
Pretty open. There are rock formations in the parched sandfields. It is the unique element of this location. It is not the rolling desert dunes of Ruba, but it is arid and is equally as dangerous. There is sand still underneath your feet at times, but there are moments where you can hide.
What do you guys think?
I was thinking moderate, just because we do know that we're going into an uncertain situation and we need to get there quickly, but we also need to not die.
I think we test the sounds first and we see if we can moderately go along. See what kind of stuff comes up.
Alrighty then. So, as you guys travel, you do not have to make survival checks to find where you're going, which is great because you have the amulet. And the amulet is very reliable and very responsive. As you hold it in your hand, Miles, you watch as this light sort of point just kind of directs you. And as you look at it, you can even see a glowing, almost like Monster Hunter. You know Monster Hunter World, where it had like that trail of light that kind of guided you to locations? You see a sort of blue and white light that just trails forward when you clasp onto it. When you kind of release it, it disappears. So it kind of gives you this direct sort of path, the most direct way to go. And it's very impressive. You kind of wish it worked for everything, and it only works for this one thing, which is a huge disappointment.
And mentally, I was thinking Crazy Taxi.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's actually accurate, too. That's apt. All right, so.
Turn right.
Turn left. Make a legal U-turn.
Drive 1/4 mile.
Oh my God.
Oh no, I'm very capable of that.
So,
turn left ahead.
For fun, can someone roll a d20 for me?
Yeah.
Pick someone amongst you to roll a d20.
I'll do it.
Do it.
Yeah, go do it, Renoa. You got this.
Why
Why not roll a
17.
20?
Good rolled.
Can someone else now roll a d20 for me?
You got it, Miles.
You go ahead, Miles.
Okay, I'll
Let's
do
see
it.
it. Let's get that 20. Don't disappoint us.
Oh no!
Why?
Look what you've done.
Why'd you do a
Oh.
6? I told you to roll a 20.
And then one more last d20 for me.
You got it, Manticore. Let's go. Let's see that 20. Let's see it. Let's see that 20. Let's roll. And it's a 12, Manticore. I'm sorry.
So in this situation, lower numbers are better, actually.
Yo!
Oh no.
I win.
Yeah, why'd you give us that
kinda
to 1?
sorry.
I mean, come on.
I'm sorry.
But you rolled, as far as the one to get a high number on, you rolled the best.
Yes.
The desert sands are still. As you guys make your trek outside of your first day of travel, there is no sandstorm, and it's actually cool. It's not as oppressively hot today as you guys make your way over the desert dunes. You see various birds, vultures in particular, kind of making their way across the sands. As you kind of step on certain spots, you see snakes like dart away, scared, thinking they're being caught or disturbed. But
Renoa
beyond that,
immediately apologizes.
like darts into the sand and disappears.
I'm so sorry.
But it's a cool day. There's no wind and there's no storm. And so your travel is unhindered. And as you guys make your way to nighttime, you set up the tents and you sleep for your first day of travel, making your way northward to the Mentacallan Ziggurat. And we're going to take our break here.
Wow.
Okay.
Good rolls,
Wow.
guys. Sandstorms are scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, get us that 20, get us that 20. I'm like, don't give him that 20. You do not want the 20. 20 is not what you want.
I was gonna ask if Lauren snores because I assume you and I are sharing a tent.
By the way, yeah, Lauren and
Probably.
Miles share, and then Renoa and Manticore, you have your own space because you know.
Yeah, Renoa gracefully does the like horse lay down thing.
Oh yeah.
Since getting into a tent is kind of a funny image. I gotta say.
Okay, I'll be
All right, so you
right
guys
back.
this is your guys' chance for a break. I need to find again. I'm the first one. I'm the first one. Oh my god, it's my first time having to manage the bits. So if I miss anything, chat, again, super sorry. But again, this is my first time having to do this by myself. So thank you for your patience. It's very much appreciated. So
I'm looking at chat
It's-
during break.
it's the Monty halftime show with 50% more anxiety.
Hooray!
Hooray!
I see. How old is Renoa? She is 23.
Oh wait, what?
Nick.
What? We're gonna have to open up chat.
You
I'm
are
only
during the
doing it
break.
for
You
break.
are.
Yes.
Yeah, you can during the break. You just can't during the game. So that's the rule.
Yeah,
Yeah, when
yeah,
we're
yeah.
actually playing,
For real.
Yeah,
I
that's
will
what we do.
I will commit unalive on you if I catch you in the chat during playtime.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Actually, I will be right back. I'm sorry. I'll
Okay.
be right back.
Oh, that's okay. This is the time. I will have to get up myself and use the bathroom and feed my cat, but I'll
Okay.
just wait until people come back. So,
I have
I'll do that real quick.
returned.
all right, sweet. I'll read out some bits really fast. I think Blackfoot Ferret, thank you so much for the elite bits. Thank you. And again, if I miss anything, huge apologies, guys. I'm just not used to this. Gorefoot, 500 bits. What is your thoughts on the D&D Magic the Gathering set? It looks stupid, like in like a good way. It looks dumb and fun, and I was gonna pre-order it, but now I just kind of want to save my money for other things. I really want to get the full set of that set of Magic the Gathering cards, because like, oh, some of those cards are sick. They look really cool, and they just
Yeah, they
tickle
do.
that D&D bone. Yeah. Have you
So
seen the
many good
dungeon
ones.
cards?
Yeah, they're amazing.
The one where you
It's so
those
good.
are so fucking cool.
They've done such a good job.
Brian Mate, 114. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. Haunch Punch, thank you so much for 100 bits. Why don't 19 and 20 get along? Because they thought in 21. God damn it.
Nice.
Rand Cossack, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. Evening, Monty, and all. Loving the campaign so far. Try not to be too nervous. You're crushing it. Monty, great having all these lovely people around and 100% less Bosco. I kid. No, you shouldn't. Don't kid. It's, here's to many more months of nonsense and dice-related good times. Someone, it's not a donation bit, but someone said Manticore is already my favorite. I love him and I will die for him.
I saw it was cute.
Pixie Girl, 100 bits. What a truly pleasant party we got. Loving the stream. And Fat Spartan, 100 bits. It's nice that they let Austin out of his cage just long enough to help mentally traumatize a small child. Good job. All right, I will be right back. You guys be nice to the chat. I will be right back. I gotta use the
Of
bathroom.
course.
Feed my chunky cat who's hungry. and probably
Hello,
starving.
chat.
I am back. Hello.
Welcome back, Austin.
Thank you.
I'm back too.
Welcome back, Caitlin.
I hope
Hello.
I'm doing okay. I'm a little nervous, but I hope it's fun.
I
What?
cooked
No, you did great.
everyone their ration jerkies, hey, you know.
I like to imagine
just-
Lauren's just a universe traveler at this point.
That's
Yeah,
kinda
I
what
can
he
see
is
that.
at this point. Everyone makes fun of me, and now they called it the Lorniverse.
The
Nice.
Lorniverse.
Yeah, it now
The
just became a
Lorniverse.
joke because I was telling Austin whatever. Like anytime I try to play another character, it was just kind of like, oh, I gotta be this, oh, I can be that. And everyone's like, no, we like the wizard. I'm like, okay, I'll be Lorne.
Yes.
He's great. He's a great character.
He is wonderful. I really like everyone's characters a lot.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
too.
me too. You need to check your pocket when we get back in game. See, you
Yes.
slept with the core in your pocket.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
go do that. That's great.
I'm glad that I get to be in a game with you, Austin, since I've said hi to you so many times in Gateway.
Yeah. I'm wondering how that feel for like I've never played like you're the obviously the first person I played with that has been on the show for an extended period
Yeah,
of time. But like Gaijin or someone like that. It's fun.
Oh,
Oh my
yeah.
god. Thank you, Bosco.
Yeah, you're doing great, man.
Thank you.
You can't tell you new at all.
I just like Tabaxi. They're cute.
They are.
Except the first edition Tabaxi.
Oh, nice. Look out. That
yeah.
sounds amazing.
I believe Monty showed it on stream the other day. His
Oh
curse.
yeah, I just looked it up. That's horrible. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
No, it's good. That's what I look like in real life. You know, like
No.
it's like a realistic Mario 64. Yeah.
Yeah. The first edition Tabaxi looks like a mix of that. Is it what Polyjuice potion? But if it was given to
Oh.
Smeagol.
Oh no!
That's an apt description. I like that.
One thing I'm not gonna have chat open the entire time because I just kind of want that to be like mystery for me. But if anyone ever donates like, I don't know, like whatever the $50 bit thing is, whatever, I'll tell them a joke that should hurt their soul.
Nice.
Wait.
Don't do this. You don't know what you've just done.
Do it.
Just tell me if anyone does that.
Well, you'll know when Monty reads the bits and subs.
Yeah.
But it has to like really hurt.
I mean,
mean-
it goes in variants, but normally when I say it, it hurts people's souls, so we'll just see if it does it. It might not be like the major soul crushing, but people usually go, I hate you.
Hey, buddy.
I think you
What
get your wish.
if
Oh my
it's
god.
time to-
Roman, oh my god. I also died. I probably missed some bits and subs, didn't I?
You'll get
I
them.
did. Mad Tom K, thank you so much. Warhams may have left roll 20, but Zoran still can't quit it. Fantastic, Caleb, thank you for 100 bits. Really cool party. I can tell combat's gonna be fun. Luke the Lucas, thank you so much for 100 bits. I get to play my first game of my first long campaign in a long time tomorrow. It's also my first time playing a 5e Paladin. That's what Oss is, and I love Oss.
Congrats.
Zenlita, thank you so much for 200 bits. I'm really enjoying the adventures of Dumbledore and his friends.
Cute.
Dusty Bone, 100 bits. I already love everyone's characters. We should let Austin out more often.
Hey.
Yes.
Roman Penguin with 10,000 bits.
Oh,
All
right.
Someone did do it.
it's your
There
time
you
to
go.
shine.
Go for it. Do it
Times
now.
2.
Okay. So I'll ask everyone here, why do thieves wear leather? Because it's made out of hide.
Nice. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
How much psychic damage do we take for that, Monty?
1d4.
No.
Everyone roll 1d4.
No, 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 no.
I got a 12.
How'd you get a 12 out of a 4?
My intelligence is -6.
626 Dragon God. Well, here's 100, so make it 2.
Yeah, that's true.
Crap.
Sorry.
I don't know another one.
Candy.
let me.
You have to.
Oh wait, I know one. Why does the wizard go fishing?
Why does a wizard go fishing?
Because he has to use his casting rod.
Oh no, I know this one.
Because like kids you.
I frowned
Liked
at
it on
you
Twitter.
so hard.
All right, are we
Let me-
good to keep going and free me from this prison of torment?
Wasn't that a ×2 one?
It was. He did too. So. we're good.
I can probably
There will
find like
be
the
more.
original thing. Give me a second. The one that you hate.
Hey, Miss Tweetums, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Austin Eruption.
Oh,
That's me. Hi. Thank you.
Hey, I know that guy.
my dad. Oh, I have to tell you, the reason I was so excited about that Kenku. I grew up on like my backyard was literally a like 150-foot drop rock quarry,
Oh, cool.
and the house like sits on the top of that rock quarry. And there was one winter, well, usually every winter, but one winter there was like 150 turkey buzzards that would sit in the trees at the top of the rock quarry. So they were right outside our kitchen window. So every morning we would watch the turkey buzzards like put their wings out all the way so that the sun would melt the frost on their wings.
Oh,
And
wow.
then when I would walk home, I would walk from the bus to the house, and I always knew I was almost home because I could see the turkey buzzards flying in a circle behind my house.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It was very, very nice feels.
Vultures are so cool. They're such a cool animal.
They are.
My state
All right.
is Grackle, and Grackles are their characters.
I found the tweet.
check.
It just says my D&D wizard carries a fishing pole. It's his casting rod. Now is the
Yeah.
Now I found it.
Yeah.
100 bits from Magic Ninja. Go.
Rest in peace, Kirby Morrow.
Koromoro, there we go. 100 bits. So last night when playing the campaign I was in was stupid and thought it was a good idea to throw a high-level cultist body into a mysterious circle that had specific sacrificial bodies already on it, even though the majority of the party was against it. Well, there you go. You completed the ritual. We talked him out of it, then we behind our backs. He did anyway and ended up summoning a really big demon thing that we managed to escape from, and we were lucky and decided to return it from where it came.
Oh.
That's some good rap.
We need to teach Monty how to do. Shut up, Bosco! I'm doing my best.
Monty did so good at the beginning. It was so good. It was Rap God.
I almost wrapped
It
it up.
was rap god. It was good.
All right, you guys good to keep going?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Bye, chat.
I guess.
Hi, chat.
Goodbye, chat room, but not Bosco.
Yeah, fuck you, Bosco.
Bosco is always there. He's 20 feet away from me right now.
So, as you awaken the next day, I need some more rolls.
D20?
Zoran, you got to do the first one there, man.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, here we go. Watch this. Watch this.
Roll
Gonna be the
up.
best one out of them all. Here we go. It's my
Oh
20.
my God, you were right.
That could be really good or really bad.
Just
Yeah,
let me feel good before the the disaster hits. Just let me get this energy.
Second roll, d20, please.
I'll do it.
There you go. You go.
No.
Oh,
That's good. That's
Okay.
good. I think.
maybe.
Okay.
If you want to go, Caitlin, you
And
should go.
one more, third roll.
Okay. 17?
You and your 17s.
I'm gonna
I'm
fall in
sorry.
quicksand and die. That's what's about to
Do,
happen.
do.
Okay.
Our lives about to be crit on real quick.
As you guys awaken and begin your venture, assuming you're going at the same pace and same marching order, it is a unbelievably hot day.
Oh no.
It is aggressively hot. And worst of all, there's no wind to help cut through the heat. And even more so is the sort of hovering miasma. You know when you coast over the horizon and you can't really see beyond that sort of waveriness, it's just everywhere surrounding you. I need everybody to make a constitution saving throw for me.
Okay.
Oof.
Do tabaxi have sweat glands?
You're panting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Constitution saving
not
throw.
doing well. 6.
Okay.
May I
Ooh.
may I do a wizard thing to help beat this heat?
Absolutely. If you have any ideas of how you want to try and work off the heat, go ahead and let me know now.
I would like to cast Conjure Minor Elementals, and I want it to be like a water elemental that's really cool. And like ever so often, I'll just step into the water elemental and just have him walk
That's
with me
genius.
and mimic my movements. While my head's
Unfortunately,
popping out, going like, I don't know what you guys are complaining about.
unfortunately, look at the casting time for how long that lasts.
I just do it ever so often. Don't point that out.
I have to. I'm the DM. Your water
Why you
buddy
gotta bring it
also.
up?
Your water buddy also sizzles up. He doesn't even like make it through the casting time. He just disappears.
Honest.
Unfortunately,
God, you son! I like point at the sun, mad.
the sun like kind of squeaks back at you in the sky in this sort of horrible bright white light. The
It's
ground
your
itself is hot. Like Miles, you're like hopping, any chance of shade, you guys are taking it. And you guys have water skins and you drink out of the water skin, but you're getting concerned because your water skins are getting low. Renoa and Lorne, you guys take a point of exhaustion as you guys are just panting and exhausted and the heat is just getting to you.
Oof.
Miles, since you're
Yes.
leading the charge, I would like you to make a perception check for me as you move on
Perception
ahead.
check. That's an 8. An 8, excuse me.
As you look over the horizon, you swear you see about maybe 3 figures up ahead. And then you kind of blink and they disappear.
Oh no, Mirage. I turn around to the party. I think I saw something, but maybe I'm just seeing things. It's really hot.
You
There you
what?
I don't know.
What did you see?
It looked like 3 figures. but I rubbed my eyes and I can't see anything anymore. Maybe he'll come back if I look at the sun long enough. I don't know.
No, you just need more water.
Do we have water?
You do. You have water skins.
Okay.
What idea? Manticle's going to take his blanket and take all 4 of his javelins and pierce them through each of the corners.
Okay.
And then kind of pick up. He'll hold the javelins at the back. Someone hold the ones at the front, and we'll take turns of people in the shade underneath it to kind of create his own like walking kind of canopy.
Like
shade
canopy?
thing. Yeah.
Sure, yeah, that works.
Should let the elderly go in first.
Yes, he's looking.
Oh, I have my dry
Right.
hat. It's helping me out.
I don't know. You look like a raisin right now. You're drying up,
I've always looked like a raisin. What are you talking about?
even when you were a baby.
Yes. When I was young, I was old.
Your people confuse me, old man.
Mr. and Mrs. Lorne, it's a grandpa.
Oh my god.
Where?
Are we already holding the javelins?
Yeah, I assume
Yeah,
you guys
I mean,
are,
yeah,
unless
okay.
you don't want to.
Yeah.
Can we like shimmy over to cover Lorne as he tries to like get away from it? As we're walking.
Like a
Just
Mario
chasing
Party
him.
game, you're like chasing after the grandpa.
Oh my god.
Oh, fine.
Renoa, with disadvantage because of your exhaustion, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Okay, okay.
What the?
19.
As you watch the boys chasing each other around with this contraption, you stop for a moment because you notice in the northern distance there is a figure and it's getting bigger.
Everyone?
What
I
is it?
think there's something over there.
And she'll point out the direction which she sees something.
You all see a humanoid figure, kind of this amorphous black shape, not very large, making its way towards you at a steady pace. Lorne, because you are, magically inclined, you do notice that they seem to have, also you have one yourself, they seem to have a walking stick or some sort of like staff of some kind as they're approaching. And they are completely covered head to toe in this very long robe as they make their way forward towards you.
Well, everyone be on guard at least. This person might either just be, having a walking stick or might have something up his sleeve. Real question is, are we going to say hello or not?
I don't see why not.
Let's see if it's friendly.
As this figure approaches, they are pretty tall. I would say they're probably about 5'8" maybe, and you cannot see their face. They're like completely covered head to toe, and their arm you can see has a gauntlet on it with like sort of this like similar a bit to you, Manticore, where it's kind of like it looks like it's made out of like animal pieces, like kind of like these pieces, and it's clutching onto this staff. The staff itself is this gnarled, like really dried wood. That comes up to kind of a swirling point. And it seems to have a, what appears to be like a mandible of some kind at the end of it, kind of at the point, the crux of it. And the figure kind of like stares and speaks out loudly to all of you and goes,
This one inquires if these ones are of a friendly nature.
Noah immediately waves.
Hello? Yes. Hi.
can you
Yeah,
repeat that? You
Miles.
just cut out a bunch, yeah.
Oh,
She immediately waves and gets excited.
oh, hello. Yes. Hi.
This one has many legs. Interesting. And these ones come in peace. Do not harm this one or others.
Miles makes sure to kind of tuck his hand with the amulet on behind his body.
Okay,
Just
go ahead and
make
roll
sure.
sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. That is a 21.
Okay, you just gently kind of put it in your pocket. You watch as this individual takes the hood off and you see an insectoid face, like an ant head, these big rounded eyes and these large sort of like antenna coming out and these mandibles. They are adorned kind of this deep sort of like silvery orangey red in nature. You would all recognize what this is. This is a 3-creen. They are bug people, essentially. And notably, you realize now, Manticore, that is not a gauntlet. That is just his arm. The natural sort of chitinous nature to it now makes a lot more sense as it kind of looks inquisitively towards you.
This one is Hive Priest Zazig.
High Priest Zazik?
Hive Priest.
Hive. Sorry.
And these ones are hive of those with bones on inside, yes. Human types, yes.
Well, sort of. Yes.
Yes.
These ones have a frightening aura to them, so these ones approach cautiously, have no want for battle nor violence, and nothing to take.
Yes, simply passing through.
May we speak as a hive?
Yes.
I believe I would understand the language, and I feel that on my sheet I may have missed a few. But what language would they speak, or would I know?
They speak 3-creen, which is actually unspeakable by 3-creen. Anything that's not 3-creen. They speak. This one's speaking common to you, which most 3-creen do speak common. It's a hard language for them. Their 3-creen language actually is not done through words, and you would know this. It's done through like pheromones and the twitching of their antennas. Like it's done insect-like, so it's not exactly a language that can transcend. Though there are some 3-creen who can speak directly to individuals using it through sort of a psionic type of power. You're aware of that, I would say.
Yeah, and I assume I would be the only one who's aware, or whatever. Someone else here be able to pick up on it.
I would say Miles probably would know as well, and Renoa. Manticore, maybe not so much.
No.
I would say roll an insight check, everyone, on this on this 3-creen. His name is Sazig. That's his name.
Got a
Sazeg.
19.
Sazeg?
It is. Sazig.
23.
Nice. Good rolls, everybody. You all pass. The fact that this 3-creen are very, like, they're not evil. They're neutral. They do what they need to do. But they generally are very not keen to just straight up approach other individuals. This is a rather bold thing to do. And as you kind of look at this creature, you get a sense of desperation from them as they speak and seem kind of cautious, but at the same time desperate.
Lauren will approach them, in which I assume that basically just like, yeah, you can go to my mind and my mind can go to you. We can just speak easier that way.
I will call my hive, and you will not kill my hive, and we talk and speak in chittering, clattering words that you so covet. Yes?
Of course.
You watch as he turns, you see the antennas kind of twitch, and immediately bursting from the sand around you guys, which you hadn't noticed, come... How many does he have with him?
Oh.
1, 2, 3. 5 individuals. You see 4 other, slightly shorter 3-creen, all kind of garbed in a similar sort of robe. Notably, they kind of lift off their hoods, and their heads are kind of smaller. They look younger. And then a very tall individual, about 6'3", very lithe, and more solid in their form, kind of hovers as well, standing there and kind of cocks their head quizzically, and you can see the antennas kind of twitching towards the priest. And all these individuals are all 3-creen. They all seem very curious. They don't seem to be threatening at all. And Sazeg kind of turns and goes,
Our travels have been mired with bad luck and misfortune. This hive has suffered very much. We are of requiring help.
What kind?
Do you have water to spare for our queen?
and you watch as he kind of leans back and he points towards the tallest and the biggest 3-creen.
We're running low on water ourselves.
And Can we hear them or?
You can hear him Spock. Yeah, he's speaking common still. The other three Kreen
okay.
appear to be communicating with the antennas, just because they probably just don't know what to say at this point. They're kind of following the orders of this one three Kreen who's kind of taken the mantle. He definitely seems to be like the ambassador type for this particular group of people, for sure.
Lauren will take his water skin and just hand it to the ambassador one, going, "That's what I have left."
This one, thanks. This one.
You watch as he takes the water skin and he just drinks the whole thing. And you watch as he walks over and kind of gross, but these three Kreen have social stomachs. They make out with each other, essentially. Like, they share the water through mouth to mouth, essentially. And you watch as the queen takes in the water, and you watch as she actually, like, pulls back the robe, and you see in two of her hands, because they each have 4 hands. Three Kreen have 4 arms and 2 legs. In 2 of her hands, she has these little pupae, baby three Kreen. And she kind of leans down and gives them water, and to the other one and gives it water. And you also notice, I'm going to say, all of you guys roll perception checks.
Okay.
20.
Lauren got a 5.
25.
You're kind of, Lauren, you're focusing on the priest who seems to be taking your attention.
Yeah.
25, nice. 20 and 10. Manticore, maybe a bit more on edge. Bugs, you know, they sting, they bite. You never know. Miles and Renoa, you notice that the queen has an arm missing, and it looks like a fresh wound that's been recently bandaged.
Oh my. Are you all right?
She kind of cocks her head towards you and goes,
This one has seen better days.
and you watch as the priest kind of goes,
My queen, you must not speak to these ones. And the queen kind of goes, I am curious about them. If we are going to meet more people, I should first know these ones.
and she kind of steps forward, and she's got this really nice, gentle air about her, and she kind of turns and goes,
Yes, this one was wounded by a brother, sister hive.
and there's kind of this sort of, you see the antennas of all the different three can kind of droop.
By a sister hive? But why?
You watch, she looks kind of sad.
We were to go to the stone building, the biggest one that we know. We were to meet with our sister hive there. We are new hive, new queen. That is me.
And she kind of smiles. You can see just like the mandibles kind of switch in a way where they kind of like smile. It doesn't work. It looks menacing, but you get the sense that she's trying.
Renoa grimaces at it like, ah.
Sorry, I'm just finding my notes here.
Hive tricks Treo. They are farther to the north and have taken up a guard in the stone structure of humans, or the Tenkali specifically.
You watch as the priest kind of steps forward and goes, These ones have betrayed the hive. These ones have fallen to corruption. These ones do not think of us as sister hive any longer. These ones attacked our queen. You can see him getting really riled up, and the other three Kreen kind of get also kind of like riled up as well.
Wait, but what cause would they have to betray you?
You watch as they all exchange a look, and the priest goes,
They no longer see us as brothers and sisters. They look to higher powers, evil powers.
And the Tenkali building. Do you know if it has a different name?
The Metacallan. We've heard these things, an evil place. But it was a place that the evil has been sealed away in, or so the ancient stories say. Hives have traded such information. But Trixtreo has fallen to the temptations of such powers, we believe. Why else would they attack their sisters?
Are you currently being pursued?
No. When we went to go speak with them, they threw their weapons at us. We needed to stop. We needed to stop there for water, which is why we must have approached you. We would not do so on normal standards, but we are desperate.
and she watches the priest kind of turns,
And our queen must sire a larger brood for a proper hive.
Yes. Have they got a queen as well?
But we did not see her. She must be further inside. We only saw the outer walls when we were attacked and simply fled to the south. We had heard rumors of a human place with human things, where their bones are on the inside. So strange they are, but they are friendly. They do trade, And some like three queen that are friendly, three queen like us.
Yes. And if we were to kill the other queen and put you in her position, could you control the hive?
They all exchange kind of a look. Assimilation to hives are only for priests, which is what I am. Our mother hive is how I was born. Our queen was born of the same thread. One hive cannot take over another unless the other hive is killed completely. The only cure for a queen so corrupted is death.
So does
Oh.
that mean that they're still hunting you?
They did not make chase. Was not worth it for them. We are only 6. We are not worth.
Miles is looking pretty conflicted whether or not to point them in the right direction. He's a little spooked out.
Lorne will kind of come up to him and be like, well, I can kind of help give you directions on where you need to go from here, and I'll take that back. And of course, he'll try to get his water skin back after they've taken all the water.
Mm-hmm. This one would be extremely thankful to Hairy One.
That's how, well then. Okay, so this is what you need to do. You need to keep going that way, keep the sun to left. You can take a ride at the big rocks down there in a couple miles. And then after that, you can find 3 giant sand dunes. You need to go across those down there. You can see like a bunch of like dead, like weed bushes there. You take a ride at that, and then you'll find the town.
This one thanks you.
Will
Yeah,
you?
no problem.
Will you be all right to travel? It's about a day or so of a journey.
With the water that these ones have provided, we will survive, and for this we thank you. My queen. And you watch as he turns, and you see the tallest 3 queen, the queen. And she kind of turns, she goes, thank you for your assistance. And you watch as she kind of reaches in, and she pulls out what looks to be a beautiful scarab beetle made out of silver with a green gemstone in its back. It is not much, but please. And she offers it to you guys.
Miles' eyes light up. It's very shiny.
It's nice. It's a nice
like
shiny
shiny.
piece.
But then he shakes his head and realizes they might need that. Establishing themselves in dust.
Yeah, Lauren will push it back, going like, no rewards needed. You're going to possibly need that when you get to the town to pay for any goods and services.
What is it, though?
It is a charm of the 3 queen, once gifted to us by the humans of the far-off lands to the further northern side. They are kind people, strange, as their bones are on the inside. Very strange.
They kind of all shake their head like equally, just like shit's weird.
Self-consciously kind of pinches his arm, going, it's not that weird.
Yes. Wish my bones were on the outside.
These ones were friends of Mother Hive. And so we did change in exchange for gifts. The 3 queen of us are very good at tunneling beneath the sands in ways where we do not suffocate nor collapse. So equal trade was good. We helped make mines, and they gave us some of the spoils. Perhaps such amicable agreements can be made with the people to the south. As a queen, this is my job, to forge connections with other hives. And you watch as she kind of reaches with her one free arm, kind of touches the stump where the other arm was. Now that our hives have refused a sisterly embrace. Though I am fearful of the likes of the ones with bones on the inside, perhaps a friendship can be forged. This one has already liked what one has met, in the forms of you, though many legs you have.
And they kind of look towards you, Renoa. All of them turn and look.
She just like blushes a little bit and kind of like looks away.
Well, I'll trade you for the little scarab. Said you still have some worth.
Very well. What do you wish to exchange?
He's going to take out the blue dragon scales that he got from the session 0.
They watch as all the 3 kings' antennas just start twitching, and they all kind of look amongst each other, and you can tell there's some sort of commotion going on in their language. Because you see even the priest kind of turn and go,
You have fought a serpent of the sands.
Yes,
You are-
and I think I might kill another one at some point, but I'll never come across another one of those.
This is a fair exchange. You truly are mighty warriors. Though this one with the bones and the hair on the outside, they turn towards you, Lorne, appears to be your priest. I see you have much strength to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Miles has a flashback of watching Lauren blow up a dragon from 60 feet away.
It's like a flash cut. It's just like you look off to the side, you just look back.
You just Lauren is standing there going, "This is a good Tuesday."
God. They happily exchange for the scales, and they give you. You guys can add silver emerald beetle to your inventory. Whoever would like to take that.
Okay.
Manticore's gonna hold it, and then can I push it against his chest?
I might hammer it in here, right in the center.
That's pretty metal, Magical. That's
That would
radical.
look quite nice.
Did we get rid of all 3 feet of the scales with that?
Yeah, that's what it would be worth. So.
Yeah. Okay.
These ones will take leave of you now. This hive is relieved and happy to have met you, though nervous we were first to approach.
Oh.
Yes. We like you as well. And we will kill the rest of your sister hive if we come
Good.
across them.
A hive that forgets its sisters does not deserve life, and has succumbed to great evils. Such is the
Yes.
only way of things. They must be scorched from the sands.
Blink, blink.
To attack
Okay.
a sister queen is to defy their very nature. But you are not here to hear our lamentations. You must scour and traverse these dangerous sands. We wish you the best. May the
Yes.
heavenly hive watch your footsteps and make your children bountiful and strong. Come, my queen, we must make leave of this place.
And she nods. And as you guys begin to depart, the queen kind of turns back and gives you a nod as she kind of covers up the little babies that she has. They're weirdly cute. Like in kind of like a, you know, what do you call it?
Cute little grub way.
Yeah, like little cute grub babies with big eyes.
Okay.
Kind of like they're also bundled up like babies too. Like it's really cute. And
As
she
we
kind of turns.
passing by, Manticore's gonna like turn to go,
Oh, I wish we had traded for some of that food they were carrying.
Those
Magical.
were babies.
Babies?
Yes?
Where?
Never mind.
There's no babies out here. You're seeing Mirage again.
When did I see it the first time?
Oh. Yes, it was Miles.
Miles is going to go up to Lauren and say, "Hey,
Huh?
Lauren,
Sup?
catch this." He's gonna throw his water skin at him. You can have this for the rest of the day.
Okay, can I make a dexterity roll? Because he just doesn't expect to get thrown at something. real
Sure,
quick.
yeah, absolutely. Dexterity
no.
saving throw. Oh,
I rolled a 5.
No.
Lauren kind of goes, just it falls. I mean, obviously the cap's on. Oh, come on, man. Like,
Miles is just
Like, bounces
watching
between your
this
hands.
old man trying to juggle a single piece of water skin as it falls.
Hits
into
the
sand.
ground. Bloom.
Just take care of that for the rest of the day. We'll get some
yeah. Thanks, son. I appreciate it.
as you guys continue forward, you actually see the tracks of the 3 Kreen in the sand, as it is a, again, not windy day, so you actually don't lose trace of their tracks. And it seems as if they deviate from the path that you guys are currently taking with the Find the Path amulet. And for a while you deviate, and I'm going to need another Constitution saving throw as you guys make your way through this very, very hot environment.
Lord,
Nice.
natural 20.
13.
"Hey,
Nice.
this is pretty decent."
Utilizing the special technique of the javelin tent shade gazebo, you guys managed to not take another point of exhaustion as you guys make your way through the middle of the day. The hottest point You guys make your way through, utilizing what shade you can, but manage to keep yourselves hydrated and safe. And as night approaches, I need one more Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
From everybody.
All right, here comes those ones. I got a 5.
Yep,
There's
one.
your one.
Natural 1. That's a 3.
Okay. 24. So, Miles and Manticore, you guys are fine.
Okay.
Renoa, and again, our poor old man, you guys take another point of exhaustion as the heat, even with the canopy, just hits you by the time it gets really hot. And as you guys make tent, you guys are exhausted. Renoa and Lauren.
In fact, I'm 2 points of exhaustion.
You guys have no
Really?
water as well. You guys have all run out of water at this point.
Oh, I think it's about time. We had something to drink.
Arizona, please, can you do the thing that you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Is anyone gonna need?
Yeah.
If your bladders are full, it's time.
There's really
No.
no need for that. Please don't.
I'd
And
rather
so-
die.
Cast
been
create
saving
food
up.
and water.
Oh,
Okay.
Should I click for so it's in the thing or?
Yeah, you can click it.
So yeah, we now have 30 gallons of water. So I refilled everyone's skins. Any bowls or whatever we have are filled up.
The fruit bowl returns with a
Fruit
vengeance.
bowl. The fruit bowl returns.
You can hear Manticore peeing out in the sands. You can hear him grumbling.
oh, what a waste.
And yes, we also have 45 pounds of food, so we're good for the night.
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah, you guys have a king's bounty of food. Courtesy. Actually, we never actually confirmed your god, Renoa. It's probably Yidia, which is the god of nature.
Did, I thought, but I don't
It's-
remember where I'd
I
find
believe
that.
it's Yidia, because Yidia is the god of nature.
I feel kind of bad. We didn't use this spell with the dying ant people.
Yeah.
I thought about
we
it.
used it here where it's wasted.
Yeah,
I thought about it.
Behind a bunch of waste.
You handed them half a filled water bottle to share amongst like 5 people, and now you're like, sweet, feast.
30 gallons. 30 gallons
Well,
of
that's,
ceramica. It's great.
Like, that's gonna be one of Renoa's like kind of dummy moments because that's
To
why
be-
she asked like, "Are you gonna be okay?" Because she doesn't know how ant people are. Or the
To be fair, they also didn't have containers for you to fill anyway.
that's true.
Mhm.
So it would have gone straight to the
'Cause-
ground.
They are the containers.
We make
Oh,
a bit
they have-
of food for
that's
ourselves
right.
in front of them.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it wouldn't have worked
Alright.
anyway. My conscience is clear.
Oh, good. We didn't cause their deaths. Ah, woo.
We're not fully responsible. Whew.
Huh. My KD ratio needs to stay very low today.
Oh my god.
All right. So, you guys setting up a watch, or you guys just all going to sleep?
Renoa's gonna PTFO. Like she's gonna
yeah.
try and like with 2 points of exhaustion, try and set up her tent. Should I roll for that?
No, it's easy enough to put up. Doesn't
Okay.
require a roll.
Yeah.
Matt
Most
Manticore could
interesting
definitely
and
do first
immediately
one.
goes to sleep.
Yeah, Manticore will do the first watch because
Okay.
he's fine.
I'll do second, just because I'm also okay.
Yeah.
Renoa's gonna sleep the night through for sure. Not even realizing that they should like she's out so cold that she doesn't even realize that they should have watch.
When
Okay.
when we trade watch, I'm gonna tell you to check your pocket.
Oh, yeah. He's going to reach into his pocket. For that whatever's there. Is it just
Whatever
like the
there.
core?
Yeah, it's just the core. It's probably apple juice at
Nasty.
this point.
Yeah.
It's like-
Yeah, it's like mushy.
You ever leave an apple in your backpack at school and forget about it, and you just
Oh,
like,
no.
and it's been like completely
Ew.
mushed up by
Especially in the heat.
oh yeah, it's like hot applesauce, and it's just everywhere inside the inside of your pocket. Like your fingers are immediately sticky, Manticore, as you reach inside and just touch
gonna, like,
it.
Lick his like fingers and go,
Oh, thank you for this.
It's good, right?
Delicious.
Yeah.
It's much better than the food Renoa made.
It says bled, man. It says bled. Okay.
It
Well,
is.
could
It
you-
is.
No, can you just like I'm sorry to impose on an image here, but I can just imagine Renoa is still kind of awake, but she's in her tent, just tears straight down, going, "It's not that bad."
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like Renoa like rouses for like 1 second. Is like, and that's the one thing she hears. And so you just hear from the tent because it's dead of night and quiet. You hear,
Miles is just rapidly raising his eyebrows.
Oh no. Your turn.
Yeah, I got it. Pat's a Manticore in the back.
Manticore, just do the first watch for me. Perception check.
Yep. Not bad.
Okay. As night falls, you don't see anything.
Oh, 22, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. 22. As night falls, you look up and there's just a sea of stars. Every constellation, every bit of the sky, the beautiful moon. It's a beautiful sight.
Mm.
And over the course of the horizon, the open horizon, you don't see anything as your watch comes to a close.
Damn it.
Do you want to fight?
Always.
He's gonna go to bed as he lets you take over.
Okay.
Okay, Miles, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Perception check. Got 13.
Miles, you hear a noise.
Hmm.
Movement of sand nearby.
His eyes trace the horizon and find something.
As you trace the horizon and look out, kind of putting your hand up over your forehead, just kind of staring out, you feel something crawl across your foot. And as you look down, you see a massive snake just
Oh, no.
slowly making its way. And you notice that half of its body is going into Lorne's tent.
Oh no. I'm going to yell and run over to that snake.
Okay, you run over to the snake.
Yeah, with my feline agility, super fast. I don't know if I should. I guess I'm going to immediately stab it with my short sword.
Are you going to stab it? Okay.
Yep, it's going after the big snake.
All right, go ahead and roll
Poor
the hit.
druid.
Okay, 16.
Okay, 16. Hold on, I gotta grab stats now that I didn't expect to grab.
I fucked up.
"Oopie."
I know.
Oh, D&D, you're fun. Hold on.
Whoopsie poopsie.
It's D&D, stabbing snakes in the desert alone.
Where the hell is... God damn it, sorry. Thank you
Snake, it's a snake.
It's a snake, it's a snake.
I haven't thought about that in 4 million years.
Okay, so 16 hits.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. It's a
Oh.
12.
You run up, you grab the snake, you pull its neck back, and you just stab it through the head and it dies.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
It's probably about 5 feet long. It's a 5 foot long snake.
That's huge.
It appears to be a viper, like it has the face of a poisonous snake to it.
Oh God.
Did
Good
the,
time.
But it's dead. You kill it instantly.
Well,
Did it get in my tent, or was it just outside?
It was half of the body was going inside, which is when it was slithering over the foot of Miles as you were sleeping.
Right, so Lauren likes to sleep with his staff, and so he's just kind of laying on his like, and then when he kind of turns over, he lets go of the staff, goes over, he's like, and he's disturbed because he doesn't have his staff. It's like a teddy bear to him. He finds the snake and he goes,
Yeah,
And just-
Miles. You watch as Lauren grabs the snake and just hugs it and just cuddles up to it, and you're like,
now Miles is wondering if he fell asleep on his watch. because of the absurdity.
Well, I love you, Stick.
Oh.
Well, if the creature is nice and dead, I will turn around and just let the
Let that
situation
happen?
unfold.
All right.
It's dead.
Oh my god.
The rest of your watch ends without any issue.
Okay.
Who is coming up for? Well, actually, no, that's fine. That'll work. All right. So as dawn approaches, I need someone to roll a d20 for me.
Okay, Zoran, you stay back for this one. You,
Okay.
I get it.
Okay.
Austin.
Another d20.
Come on, good rolls. Good rolls. Let me have them.
Okay, I'll roll a 2d20. Let's do a 19.
Killed us all. All right.
I'll do one.
All right.
12.
Okay. As you guys rouse from your sleep, it is a very windy day. The dust is being kicked up, but it's not a sandstorm. It's just very windy.
Is it a pleasant breeze?
With sand in it, no.
Mm.
It's not enough of a sandstorm that it would hurt you, but it's enough of like a gust that it's like, it's like a flat. It would just like, hit your face. This is the point where you're going to want to probably cover your mouths
Right.
Yeah.
with
Miles
things.
covers his mouth and nose with a shawl.
Yeah, I think Manticore's going to use the blanket again and can this time turn it into a bit of a show.
Lauren uses his beard.
You just like wrap it up, like kind of like tie it up behind you.
And actually, Renault's gonna do the same thing since her braid is so freaking long. She'll just wrap it like a scarf multiple times.
Lauren, when you wake up, you kind of reach out for your staff and you grab another slightly more floppier staff. It actually, rigor mortis has set in on the snake, and the heat has definitely made it really fast. And as you reach out and you grab it, it's kind of like weirdly squishy.
Open stick! Fuck! He just immediately tossed the snake out of the tent, like just the tent like bundles over as Lauren just crashes. What? It's not happening! I'll put the snake here.
Miles will say nothing.
Oh, you know what I'm mostly mad about? None of you cooked it.
Hold on.
Renault starts to wake up.
Oh no.
Manticore's going to climb up. And go, "Ugh." Where's the water? All of the gallons of water from last night? Is it already kind of?
It's in your water
evaporated? What's going on?
skins. It doesn't like appear. It goes into containers. It says in the spell.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's all in containers. Got it. I didn't know if it
Mhm.
came in both. Okay. Well,
Renault woke up to hear, "I'm just mad that none of you cooked it." and she's like,
I'm sorry, but I don't think my cooking's very good.
What? What? Renault, what are you talking about?
You watch as they all turn and they're all holding a dead snake.
We're talking about this. I flop the snake around.
Do you want to cook it? Is that what you want?
I could try. I guess the food yesterday wasn't very good.
It was delicious.
Roll a deception check, Manticore. I'm not joking. Roll it to 4.
when he says that to her, she knows that he's probably doing that like big toothy smile, like, yeah, it was really great.
Yeah.
And her eye, like, you can see her eyes like getting a little glassy, and she's like,
I'll try to cook the snake.
Roll a survival check.
Can Lauren help her cook it?
Absolutely, with advantage then,
Oh,
Renault.
If you
Great.
could also try and keep the skin intact, we could use it as a container.
she doesn't say anything. Her bottom lip is pouting out a tiny bit, and she just like
It's okay,
nods really
dear.
hard.
Lauren's trying to like console her a bit. Oh, that's okay. I don't know what got you upset, but like, your food's been wonderful.
It's a 6.
Oh my god.
I just
She's so distraught about
It's on fire.
hearing that her helpful food wasn't very helpful. That she's very distracted.
I imagine
And
there's
doesn't do
sand
well.
everywhere too.
Yeah, it's number one as you cook it. Imagine if you undercooked like whitefish. That is the texture. Add that with a nice fine layer of grit on the outside and no flavor whatsoever.
Oh.
It's
Lauren
I don't
will-
care who you are. I don't care if you're the grubbiest goblin. It's terrible.
Lauren will look at Renoa going, "Shit, I think Manticore would like this."
Yes, let me try some. I love snake.
She looks at him with her bottom lip poofed out and big, sad eyes.
Gonna take a piece.
Can I use
Nobody's
panache on Renoa?
Can you use what on Renoa?
Panache, the charm, to calm her down? Because
Sure.
Feeling. Okay. I don't know
Absolutely.
exactly how I would do this. Is it just a wisdom? Oh, wait, a charisma check against the creature's, or insight?
Oh,
just
so
gives
I
them
would
an-
have to do a.
You have to roll against me, but I'm trying to basically put you in better spirits.
Okay, yeah. So this, I would say it's a
insight
charisma check versus an insight check. So you guys compete. So
Okay.
Okay, so you charisma and I'll insight.
Okay. Oh, first one was 23. That's a
nice.
26.
20.
Ooh.
So he tries. You're putting on the charm real hard.
Dear, it's okay. Your food was excellent. Don't listen to these two.
I can tell you're lying.
I'm not. Please, stay in the best of graces.
It's okay. I don't cook very often since I usually just use magic to make food, but I never thought about how it tasted for other people. Normally in the desert, people are just happy to have food at all, so I never really thought about it before.
Miles is just staring at Rhinoa, looking more and more sad with every second. And it's just like, they're there. They're there.
Manticore takes a piece of the snake, puts it on his tongue, and just swallows it whole. Does not chew a single bit of it.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh god.
Ooh. Okay. You're gonna take half damage.
Oh my god.
13.
Fucking snake, and you fucked it up. Oh boy. You take half of 9 points of poison damage, which is rounded down to 4. So you take 4 points of poison damage, Manticore, as you
think-
bite down the snake, and immediately you're like,
I think there's like a moment where he's like almost impressed by that. He's like,
Oh. I'm not sure about the flavor, but I like the kick.
She like knowing that that's not safe. Like, because she was still facing Miles at the time, but she turns just as he's putting the snake in his mouth and swallows it, and she runs over and kind of like hands in front of her, like waves them at him.
Why would you do that? That can't be safe. That snake was probably poisonous.
Yes.
he takes another piece and swallows it.
all right, go ahead and roll another Constitution saving throw for me.
So what new character you gonna roll, man? Like,
Ooh, that's cocked. Oh my god. You take half of 15
26.
points of poison damage, which is going to bring you down to 7. So you take 7 points of poison damage as well, as you bite another piece off of the snake. Manticore is turning an interesting shade of green.
Renoa will grab the rest of the snake, throw it into the sand, and trample it.
Okay, now you throw it and it thump, slams to the ground, and you just watch. If you ever see a horse get pissed at something and actually kick something, it's very violent. As Renoa just this very peaceful, calm centaur is now just like stamping down and crushing down and just pulverizing what remains of the snake into the sand.
Damn it. I could have beaten it. I just needed a few more bites.
She actually finally calms down and looks at Manticore.
I know that you could have. But my cooking is bad. And I'll just get better at it. That will be my challenge. But not today.
Or maybe your cooking's not bad, but our taste buds are.
She smiles warmly at that, like, oh, he's trying.
I'm sorry. It's just like, oh, he's an idiot.
Yeah. Hey, he's dumb.
Himbo energy right there.
I mean, if she can see through panache, then she's gonna be, yeah.
I had no idea your insight was so high.
Oh, it's super high.
Oh yeah.
I just dove in to be slaughtered. It was great.
Yes.
All right. So, same marching order for the day?
Yeah,
Yeah.
go for it.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys travel, Miles, you are so thankful you have this compass to guide you, because every few minutes you look down, and you're like, oh shit, we're going the wrong way. You have to readjust your position. You can still really see how the three Kreen were struggling making your way through, but luckily it's not that hot because of the wind. It's just really, really, really hard to see. But because you have a decent guidance system and you've all kind of, I'm assuming you guys have like tied off of each other, just to kind of keep everybody within check. As you guys kind of forward ahead, it's uncomfortable. Like there's like the sand is blasting against your cheeks. Manticore, you have like, you have that thicker kind of Goliath rocky skin. But like Renoa and Lorne, and actually not Miles because you have fur, but Renoa and Lorne, like when that sand at high speeds hits your face, it like hurts. Like it's very painful. But as you guys proceed forward, Miles, make a perception check with disadvantage. And for those of you guys who rested, Renoa and Lorne, you have only 1 point of exhaustion now because you got a long rest in.
Perception, you said?
Radical.
Yes, perception.
Disadvantage is the right number, right?
It's going to be, yes, the right number.
Okay. That's a
You don't
seven.
have it. You don't have. Oh yeah, disadvantage. 7. Okay.
That's pretty bad.
My rolls are worse. Thanks, Die Hard Dice.
Yeah. Thank you, Die Hard Dice.
You see a structure up ahead, Miles, kind of off to the right of your position. You see a tall stone, and you can almost see like a little bit of a light, kind of twinkling that way.
Okay. I relay the information to the party.
Okay. As the rest of you guys turn and you look and kind of like cover your eyes and look, you do see it. It's probably about 13 or 14 feet tall. It's like a sort of like monolithic kind of obelisk-ish looking stone. And it's a fair distance off.
You think that's where we're heading?
What does the amulet say?
Look down at my amulet. Is it pointing straight at it?
It is. So if your amulet is pointing you north. So if your amulet's pointing you north, this object is to the northeast.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think of the story that Balman Zafar told me. I think about whether or not to relay that. It's in the right direction. Yeah.
We could take a break from the dust. It might be nice to have a reprieve.
I stop and turn around, face the party. What do you guys want to do?
I'll follow your lead.
Well, yeah, trying to find a place of cover and waiting this, biting stand's really going to help us out and also help us think for the future ahead. So let's try to find some sort of shelter somewhere.
Miles looks up, just kind of like grits his teeth. He's like, okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go to the
Alright.
obelisk.
Are you guys approaching normally, stealthily, or running?
I vote stealthily.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we need to rush, so I think we should go for it, yeah.
Yeah,
Group
yeah, yeah.
stealth check for me.
Yeah.
14. That's bad.
Time to roll.
Sorry.
Lauren got a 16.
Let's see. It's a 10.
Okay.
I'm a horse.
You are a horse. As you guys, with no cover, make your way forward in this blistering, whirling sand, all of a sudden it just stops.
Uh-oh.
And as you enter into this sort of pocket of space next to this massive stone, you hear the dripping of water trickling. And as you approach closer, there's actually a basin around this massively standing stone, this sort of rock basin, and inside is water. At the top of the stone itself, you see a sort of glowing blue light, kind of Arctic-y in nature, and notably trickling down very gently is just water. And the sand around just doesn't seem to permeate the space.
Are we currently walking through it?
You are currently inside of it, yes.
Okay.
And the moment you get in here and you realize how you've been trapped in the wind, the moment you guys start to move, like the sand just slaws off of your body, like just kind of comes off of the cloth and the various different vestments that you're adorned with.
I'm a detect magic.
Okay.
Should I put that in chat?
Yeah, go ahead and click it for me. Nice. You set down your staff and you cast Detect Magic and close your eyes. And immediately, you feel this aura. I need to find Schools of Magic.
Monty, can I run to the bathroom real quick? Like 1 minute?
Yes, you may. You have to shotgun pee like Gaijin, though.
Oh, I do.
Whoa.
Do a flip.
Dude, Gaijin is like... he just like, I use the bathroom and he literally leaves for 5 seconds and comes back. And I'm just like, whoa. It's crazy.
Bottle by the desk.
So you detect 2 sources of magic here. And I'll relay this to Miles when he comes back. Okay. Immediately, the bubble that you're within is abjuration magic, which doesn't surprise you. Abjuration being the school of magic that is protection. What's interesting is the glowing light at the top of the stone is a mixture of... Actually, it is just conjuration. It is a divine conjuration magic. I'm going to say... we'll wait for Miles to get back.
I typed
but
in
I'm
our chat as well. I typed in our chat for him to read when he gets back as well. So he's...
Oh, okay. Awesome. Thank you. Everybody make history checks for me. Or religion checks of your choice. History or religion of your choice.
Let me
It's
see
all
what's
the
my better.
same to me.
Lauren rolled an 11 on his religion check.
I'll do religion as well. 20.
Nice. All right, welcome back. Miles, the Renoa casted Detect Magic, and the circle that you guys have now entered is Abjuration Magic, which is a protection magic, and the top of the stone is Conjuration.
Okay.
And if you want to, you can roll a history or religion roll of your choice to figure out what this might be.
You're both awful. Let's go with religion.
Oh my god.
Yay!
Oh my god, what?
Is that your third today?
I think so.
We can't let you out of the hamster
Beginner's luck.
cage.
Beginner's luck.
This is what happens when you let Austin out of the hamster cage. He goes
This is what
crazy.
happens when you
I understand.
use the code Unexpectables at Die Hard Dice.
That's what happens.
This is the power you get.
Oh my god.
Renoa, this makes a lot of sense for you, because this is a Yidian waterstone, which is Yidia is the god of nature. Miles, you've heard about this through the passing of words between merchants in your corner. These are actual religious stones that are erected by druids and Yidia worshippers in the desert to be a source of water for the living creatures nearby.
Oh.
They suck the moisture out of the air, the surrounding air, and they provide a drinking space that's protected for travelers as well as, creatures and animals. And this is one such spot.
How large is it? the stone
Oh,
itself?
it's huge. The stone rises up probably as you now have gotten closer to it. The stone itself goes up about 14 feet, and it's this massive black stone. Notably, there's moss growing on it as well, like the sort of darkened blue and green moss. And the water itself goes probably, I'd say, at least 2 feet deep, and you even see there's some fish swimming around as well. And the pond itself is probably 10 feet by 10 feet across. Like it's sizable. It's very large.
You know, I've heard the term oasis before, but I never thought I'd see one.
And Yidia is my
Mhm.
like this is where I would probably pray or right?
Yeah, this would be a religious bastion for you for sure.
So she'll take a moment to like have a moment of silence then.
It's a peaceful spot, and it's a really nice reprieve. As you guys get some fresh water from the spring, assuming you pull from it,
Yes.
anyone who has exhaustion actually loses it. It's gone now.
Ooh.
Because
Go.
you have a Yidia worshiper with you, which means Yidia smiles upon you.
Yay!
Neato.
Renoa will interlace her fingers in that praying stance and look up at the stone and smile at it warmly.
Yeah. Noah, what's all this hubbub about? Water's pretty great, but I don't know about any of this hooper flower.
It tastes amazing. Like you ever like wake up in the morning and you're like so thirsty, and that first drink of water is like, yes. It's like that, but every time you drink it, it's so delicious. Like it's like you didn't even realize water could be delicious until this moment.
This is a Yidian water stone. I am a follower of Yidia. So we must be blessed in this place.
Oh, interesting. Normally, something like this would be very prized. I'm actually pretty impressed that we haven't run into anybody around it. It seemed very easy for us to find, so I'd be very curious to see if anyone's actually protecting it.
Well, there is a barrier. I sense some abjuration magic, keeping it safe.
Huh. There's, what if any one of your patron usually has defenders, or if any person could just protect the entrance? Lawrence is going to start walking around and just start looking at everything. Because now he's like, he's on vacation. He's just taking in everything.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll for me, Lauren, an investigation or perception check of your choice.
Can I join in on that? Because I'm also
Sure,
looking for
absolutely.
investigation.
Could you help me so I get advantage?
Sure.
Wink.
I'm going to say as a DM, I'm going to make these separate checks because you guys are looking for separate things.
Awesome.
So, individual rolls. Sorry.
Lauren got a 20.
Not bad.
Okay. Lauren, as you kind of go around the other side, you see a large sand lizard. You didn't even notice it. It's just currently like lemming out its tongue into the water, and as it notices you, it stops and looks at you.
Is it like large as in
Like
gonna eat my
iguana
entire-
size. Like iguana size. So
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's not tiny little cute lizard, but it's not big gonna eat you lizard either. It
Okay,
just kind of stops and looks at you in place and kind of turns its head.
Hey, iguanas are cute.
They are.
Stop. All right, see you later. I keep looking around.
When you say sup to it, it immediately turns around and goes running across the sand. You watch as it dives into the sand and disappears.
Wait, they don't do that. Wait a minute. Lauren will investigate the area where it went into the sand.
Okay. You go ahead and you can see the tail peeking out.
Actually, I thought he just went through it, like it was like a
No.
intrusion
He
or
dug.
something.
He dug into the sand.
Okay. It's like, well, I'm sorry to disturb your drinking. Have a good one. Renata, we have a friend. Is that of the lizard variety?
We do?
Yeah, you
Uh-huh.
can come meet him.
I don't want to intrude. If it was...
I mean, we're already here.
Okay.
She'll go over and wave at the lizard's tail as if
It's just sticking out of
face.
the sand.
All right, well, you deal with that. Lauren's going to keep looking around.
Okay. You keep looking around, and Miles and Lorne, it's just water. There's fish in the bottom. You kind of like muddy up the bottom part where all the sand is. Disturb some little crawfish that are kind of cross with you now. There are no items here. It's all nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Then I will resort to using cat claws on the dripping water as a natural reaction.
Okay. You're like,
Like a cat with the hose.
Renoa, did you want to do anything with the lizard?
She'll kind of like poke on the tail and see if it'll come and like give her a look.
As you poke the tail, it kind of goes deeper into the sand, thinking it's being attacked, until like just a little tip of the tail is showing.
She feels bad for making it burrow further. So she'll break off a little tiny piece of her food and set it nearby, and then we'll leave.
Okay. Roll a handle animal check just to see.
Okay. 20.
Okay. As you kind of step back, you watch as you can see the sand shifting above, and then just a face pops out, like just the front face snout of the lizard, and you just see the two nostrils kind of flare, and then it like quickly skitters out and just like eats the piece, and just like kind of brings it up and eats it whole. And you watch as this big, thick pink tongue just kind of licks up the lip, and it kind of looks up towards you.
He beams at it and gives it a little wave.
See, your cooking's good.
It does like the slow lizard wave, like just like the
yeah.
that you see bearded dragons do.
Yes.
Hmm.
She
And then it kind of like it brings its
even
head up
more.
and down, like kind of like bobs its head up and down.
And as if it had said thank you, she goes,
Of course.
And immediately turns around and dashes right back into the sand and disappears, but the tail is still peeking out. He hasn't quite mastered the technique yet.
A good, whatever you're doing.
Oh, Pop, you made a friend?
Well, it had a snack, and I think it waved at me.
Well,
So that was nice.
It seems you've made more friends here than a lot of folks here in the desert.
Well, I feel that kindness is the better option always.
All right. We need more people like you in this world, dear. Come along, let's refill our water skins and head out of this area. We've looked around and nothing much of interest here. Well, the water's quite nice, though.
Manticore, was there anything you wanted to do before leaving?
I think he'd push for a short rest, just to kind of rest by the water a little bit, and he's probably going to sit in the water. And
Oh, yeah.
soak his clothing and kind of get it nice and cool for when they go back out.
Like a kid in a kiddie pool, just with your arms
Yeah.
and your legs out. Just like
Like he's just-
yay.
Slapping a fish as it goes by and laughing occasionally. But yeah, if I could take a short rest just to get rid of this poison damage.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh my god.
And the hit die. I mean, I heal up to full now with just one hit die spent, so I'm good.
All right. You guys clean up, refill your water skins, and begrudgingly return to the sands. Luckily, not needing to use survival checks, you continue on until nighttime. Setting up your tents is a nightmare. It is possible to do, but it's a nightmare. And as you guys do, what do we want to do for the watch?
Renoa will take first watch since she feels bad about just passing out really hard and then making a big stink the next morning.
Okay.
Miles is very tired,
I-
so
I'd
he's
take a
gonna
second.
pass out.
Lorne will go with the Manticore going, you know I'm too old for this. You know,
Yes,
Oh
yes,
my-
Lord.
I need to get my, my beauty sleep. And
Yes, yes, yes.
You got my stuff, right, Manticore?
Yes, yes. Hopefully another snake comes.
Ah, thank you, Manticore. Lorne just immediately just bam out.
Oh my god.
Oldness is just overtaking him.
Alrighty. So Renoa, you have first watch. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
10. Not great.
Okay. It is hard to see anything in this, blown up sand. You do see a bird, like birds on occasion, carrion birds in the far distance. Beyond that, nothing happens.
Okay.
Manticore, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
21.
Oh.
You look out, and you're like, haha, birds. Wait, that's a really big bird. And
Oh no.
it doesn't notice you, thankfully. As a rock
Yeah.
flies over top of the camp, and you are so happy you didn't light a fire. It looks like a red-tailed hawk, but it's massive, bigger than a dragon. Go ahead and roll another perception check for me.
Okay. 14.
You can see in one of its talons, probably a camel, like a wild camel, and it's just
Oh jeez.
coasts over the horizon and disappears.
Manticore's gonna go into Lorne's tent and shake his foot to wake him up.
Lorne. Lorne.
He shakes his foot a bit harder.
What?
We almost just died. Go back
Oh,
to
that's
sleep.
neat.
He's gonna go back out again. Kind of chuckle to himself.
Well, what almost killed us?
A great eagle-looking thing. Massive. Big bird. Luckily, it only had dinner.
Oh. Well, when anyone shows up, wake me up. I'll shoot at it. And just immediately
Okay.
is out.
Alrighty, as dawn rises, more rolls, guys. D20 for me.
All right.
Not it.
Okay.
I will go first.
I reckon we go.
I'll go last.
Yeah. Okay.
Miles rolls 5.
That's good.
Oh, maybe.
I'll slam down the roll.
Yes.
Okay, it's all that. Let's go,
right.
Lorne.
Let's go for the natural
Let's do it.
Here we go. I got a
Oh.
9.
Single digit
What?
boys.
579. That's pretty good.
Single digit club, just like my life.
Is it gonna
By
snow?
Oh.
far, the nicest day of travel you've had this entire trip.
Yeah,
Hooray!
we manipulated fate, boys. High
Single
five.
digit
Anybody?
boy.
High five. High five. No. Okay.
Renault
High
will
five
There's-
myself.
timidly high five.
Yes, high five.
Yeah.
It's hot, but not unpleasant. It's to be expected. As well, there is a mild wind enough to make it comfortable. And there is no aggressive weather. So no sandstorms and no whipping wind. And you guys wake up and you're like, oh, thank God. All right.
It's nice to wake up to a nice day.
For once.
For note for you, Fonzie, I want Lauren's preparing just different spells when he wakes up and everything in the morning.
Cool. Yeah,
Okay.
just for the statement of it, I'm in my bestial soul. I've gone for the climbing speed one for the
Okay.
record.
Good to know.
Yeah.
You guys pack up your tents, eat a bland meal. Some nice camel jerky. Tastes
delicious.
Gotta
like,
put, like,
Mm.
Can I
tastes-
have
tastes
like
like
a
gristle.
can of Tony's and just sprinkle it over food and be like, ah, it's so good right now.
no dust of deliciousness for you, old man. I'm sorry.
Wait, are they eating rations or?
I mean, I'm assuming in the morning they're eating rations. At night, you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
make food just because of preparing the spells. So
Okay. So wait, how many rations have we gone through then?
10. So at this point, you guys have actually gone through. Actually, this is your first one. I believe. Oh no, 2. So you've gone through 2. So you have 8 left.
Okay.
And as you guys
Hi.
awaken, same marching order, same pace.
Sounds good.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Okay. As you guys proceed forward throughout the day, you are like, oh, thank God, it's so nice. You know, nice in comparison.
Skipping around.
Miles and Lauren, I need perception checks from you.
Okay.
Lauren perceived with a 4.
Oh. My God. Okay, here we go. No.
Oh, guys.
Okay.
A Have some 5.
It's too nice a day. We're too distracted.
I know. You guys are keeping your eyes on the compass. And what you
What
don't
about
notice,
us?
they're in the lead, so they have this immediate
Oh
thing.
no.
As you guys proceed forward and coast over a dune, you are standing out blatantly over a dune. I have to roll. Lauren and Miles, make stealth checks for me.
Okay. 23.
I'm sorry, me as well, or just him?
Yep, you as well, because
Okay,
you
sorry.
didn't notice something and you just continued forward.
Lauren got a 19.
Very good. You guys crest over the hill, and you didn't realize in front of you is the massive ziggurat. And you're like, oh, there. hide. And you guys duck behind the sand dune. Manticore and Renoa are coming up behind you. As you guys watch as Miles and Zorn immediately hit the deck. Or Lauren, sorry. Lauren immediately hit the deck on the ground and go prone just to hide themselves. Because you noticed on the wall, there's this massive ziggurat. It stands just monumentally in the middle of this open space. And surrounding around it is this massive clay wall, not too dissimilar to Dune's, but much taller and much less cared for. And I'm going to hide something here and reveal something to you guys.
Manticore would drop down and hide with them, of course.
Oh, I still see the drawings.
Yes, Renault would do the same.
You're going to see something else here.
Okay.
Oh?
I've been looking at Sonic this whole time.
Wow.
Oh, God. Who drew Sonic? I wasn't on the main screen. I was...
Definitely me.
Oh, I didn't see Sonic before, but now I do.
It's got
a powerful Sonic.
Just give me a second here.
You can do it, we believe.
I'm an idiot. I forgot to
Oh?
make you guys' tokens. Oh, no!
What
I
does
forgot
that
to do
mean?
tokens. Oh, no.
I can speed run some real quick if you want.
Could you? I'm so sorry.
It is okay. Thank God. I
completely
have a template for
forgot.
Warham, so I'll just
Wow.
quickly, real quick.
This is the most. I didn't add that to my list of things to do. I'm an
All
idiot.
of us are
No, no,
Sonic
it's no big
Space
deal.
right now.
Hold on, I'll zoom into Sonic's face for the sake of the audio. Why does Sonic have a gun?
I guess I'll go refill my water real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah. We'll take a short break
Okay.
here. This is actually a great place to have a little short break, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see. I'm sorry. Jail for DM. Jail for 1,000 years.
Oh no.
Oops. But there's Sonic.
Hey, things
Screaming.
happen. I've done that before when there's been several times where I like go, oh crap, we forgot to make this token, and then I just quickly.
I think my
Photoshop
brain,
it.
because we did the session 0, right? My brain, I was like, oh, the tokens are done, and they weren't. They absolutely weren't. Renoa's was just a picture of a horse. That's not gonna work.
Sticking out.
Yeah, classic.
That's
horse.
great.
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. I'm gonna start.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, here's number 1.
Okay.
Here's it. Whoa. That's so fast. How are you so fast?
64 gigs of RAM.
Good.
Thank you.
Wow.
How are people in chat liking the game so far? This has been fun. I hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves. This has been very enjoyable.
I'm just constantly self-conscious that I'm like, I hope I'm not interrupting too much. I hope
You guys have
I'm
been
not-
doing a fantastic balance of roleplay time, honestly. Like, you guys have been extremely impressive.
Okay,
I'm trying to
cool. I
pass
was
it
worried
along
too.
as much as I can. Okay, here is Manticore's.
No, like Caitlin, the moment we're like, I want to be a nature cleric, I was like, oh shit, the watering stone will be great for that.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. Oh, that's gonna be really good.
Also, I've always wanted to be whispery lady. I'm
I
always
love her. She's very
like
sweet.
deep gruff lady or like stupid little boy.
Hey, stupid little boy, that's me.
Yeah. You guys, Everyone, these tokens. I'm so excited for you to see them.
Yeah. Okay. There's that. and
Look.
then-
Look at them. Look at them. Look at them.
I have to quickly program them too.
I understand.
I'm back.
Yeah, that's the one thing in every virtual tabletop that I hate messing with is that like setting up tokens and image paths and all this other stuff and linking it to the sheets, and it's like, hi, I would like this to be a bit more streamlined.
It's okay. I've got it kind of down to a science. So doing this used to take forever, but now I've kind of figured it out. Plus,
Okay,
chat
so-
can use the bathroom and eat a piece of popcorn or something.
Go
while we
watch
do-
the Star Wars.
No,
Wait,
don't
wait.
stay here. Enjoy the
Donut.
game.
Go get some
don't
snacks.
Watch the Star Wars.
Don't
Okay,
watch the Star Wars.
I'm
There's all
gonna
the
look at
tokens.
chat
Thank you
for
so
1
much.
minute while you're doing that.
watch
I have that same pen right now in my hand.
Hello, chat.
Okay, and there we go.
Renault giving strong Fluttershy vibes.
I love her.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, that's good.
I'm
And
snacking away, but all your characters are great.
Yeah, I like
Yes.
everyone's characters a lot.
Everyone's characters are great. I also love that Manticore gave Renault like some grapes, but will not for the like anything give some to Miles.
Manticore's a dog person.
Apparently,
Or more of a horse person, I guess.
I guess, right?
I can't believe Manticore is a horse girl. Anyway, all right. Okay.
Wait.
All right, we're all
You need any
good. We're all
other
good to
token?
keep going.
Yeah. You need any
Yes,
other tokens to scale
okay.
on me real quick?
Bye, chat.
Bye bye, chat.
Have a
We
good
love you, chat.
time.
Except for you, Zenlita. You meme too hard.
No.
So mean. So
Not
toxic.
mean.
So toxic.
Back into game. Ooh. What's happening?
Go all the way down to the bottom.
Okay. Oh.
Look at us. We're like beans.
Oh my goodness. Look at. We're right there.
Would I have advanced vision here because of my dark vision? As a
No, it is not dark. I will reveal the ziggurat itself just because it does go past the wall. I will reveal a bit more here just because I have to be very careful, and Roll20 is very finicky with stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'd say you guys will see this.
Do you guys have a sponsorship Roll20 or?
Nope.
Okay.
Not yet.
I'm not gonna say anything, just in case.
So, I will zoom out here so you guys can see. But this is what you see. Immediately, as you guys duck on the sand dune, you can see the towering ziggurat. Hopefully, chat can see. Oh boy. The zoom feature is not the best sometimes. Make sure that looks okay. So you guys are all the way to the south here. And what you can see immediately ahead of you is there appears to be 2-3 Kreen, armed to the teeth at the moment, that are just seem to be keeping watch and have not noticed you, as you guys have ducked beneath the sand. Further up ahead, you see currently standing guard. It's like Renoa, but instead of a horse end, it's a scorpion end, complete with stinger. And the body and torso is that of a insectoid humanoid. And you can see it kind of keeping guard and looking. It appears to be guarding the steps up to the ziggurat. Unfortunately, this map is very large. I'm trying to share it best I can, but it's kind of difficult, and I apologize. So
Does it look friendly?
the giant scorpion thing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hazard a no.
Does it look like the Rock?
Hmm?
Does the top part look like the Rock?
It's really just bad CGI.
So yeah,
No
From one
way.
of my favorite movies of all times.
Scorpion King, baby.
No, The
Scorpion
Mummy
King,
Returns
baby!
specifically.
it looks like what Manticore wishes he could be. I will say
Oh.
that.
My.
The
Hey,
head
Manticore, do you wish you
is
could be that?
Yeah. I'll
Ah,
date
it's
that.
okay, buddy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's very big, isn't it?
It
Look
looks
at my
very
amulet.
large.
I'll look directly
It
ahead.
is.
Look at
It
my
is
amulet
pointing.
again.
It is pointing straight ahead.
Maybe
I
they're
guess
friendly?
I
I'm
reckon
gonna
this is-
take a chance and say no on that one.
Yeah, this is the sister's hive. Or the hive sister. This is the bad hive.
I think this is what the Greens were talking about we passed earlier. The hive situation.
I
Well,
say we crush him.
If you think we can.
Wait, you think we can't?
I believe with planning we can, everyone. Let's kind of take stock of what we have then. We have 2 guards, maybe at the
Kind of peeks over at the front, and can Lauren see the giant figure?
Oh yeah, it's a
Okay.
very big creature. It's probably it's big. I'm just gonna say it's very large.
Can I try to peek around the corner with stealth?
Which corner, left or right?
The left side.
Left side?
Yeah.
Go ahead and for me and roll a stealth check.
Okay. What?
Oh. Meow.
What number you get?
That was a 10. And I have a +8 to stealth, so. GG, easy.
Do you not have reliable talent yet? Oh no, you don't, because you're only rolling 9. That's right.
I'm baby.
Hold on,
Maybe.
let me grab my 3 green strands. Unfortunate. I'm gonna say, Miles, you get about here. I'm gonna zoom in at this point.
Okay.
Actually, I'll say you made it a little further because you're a good cat. There we go. As you make your way to the left side, this street Kreen immediately kind of turns and sees you, as there is nothing to hide in here. And you kind of slip on the dune and look up, and this Green Kreen looks down, and it lets out a cry. And I need everybody to roll initiative for me.
No!
As we're rolling initiative, may I quickly say something?
Yeah, you can't really do anything, but you
Oh,
can
yeah,
say
that's
something
fine.
if you wish.
That's right. Okay. Manticore, I have an amazing spell that I want you to be a part of.
Yes.
I want
Yes.
this is a greater spell. I'll reveal it to you, but I need you to work with me.
Yes.
Excellent. Don't just
nice.
wait on my signal. You'll know when it happens.
It says my name is
Yes.
not hooked up to my token.
It's okay. I write it down manually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll let you guys know whose turn is when and what's going on.
Gotcha.
All righty. Interesting
Oh, I'm
rolls. Don't forget, I think, Joe Fudge, do you have advantage because you're a barbarian?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Forget that about barbarians.
Oh,
Nice. There we go.
19.
All right.
Um,
I'm giving
Oh, yes.
Renoa the top one just because.
You got a nat
natural
20.
Yeah.
Where
Manticore. And then we
Can
have.
I find my?
The second that the thing screams, Miles turns back at the party and just goes, "My bad."
Damn you, Miles! Damn you!
Oh my god.
Look,
Where's
my toe beans don't track well in the sand sometimes.
So actually, as it notices you, it doesn't make a sound because it rolled a natural 1 on its initiative.
Oh shit!
Oh my god.
So there is a chance you could salvage yourself here.
It's just drooling.
All right. Renoa, you notice as this Street Queen turns and sees, both of them see you, these 2 front guards.
Let's see.
Let me know if the music's too loud as well, chat.
Let's see. Hold on. Damn. Okay.
Also, the wall itself is quite tall. It's probably about 30 feet tall. Like, it's very, very well defended.
Okay.
I'm thinking about this way too much.
Manticore, you're after Renoa, so whatever you want to do on your turn, just let me know.
She's just gonna fucking flame strike it.
Okay.
It's because it's obvious that it's like not down to chalk by now, right?
Oh, it's aiming a weapon. It's pulling out this very strange, like 3-pronged, like boomerang-looking thing from its side right now, and seems to be pointing to aim it at Miles at the moment.
Yeah. Or wait, no, it's dumb, right? It didn't do anything.
It just rolled
Well,
one in its initiative.
Yeah, I rolled a 1, so it just noticed Miles and is acting, kind of like stumbling on itself to act here.
Is this beast or no?
These are humanoids. You would know that.
Ah, dangles. All right. Flame strike it is.
Okay.
I guess we'll be doing that at ooh, I can cast it at a different spell slot level, correct?
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna do that then. Oh wait. Yeah, let's do that. We'll just do this. That's fine.
Okay, dexterity saving throw. For our buddy here.
Once she sees that he's not gonna be friendly, she's just like,
Oh well.
That is an 18. The spell, does it take half of that if it hits? If it succeeds?
show.
Oh, it's a column. And it's okay, interesting. Half as much. Okay, so it's gonna take round it down. That's gonna be 9 plus 3. That's gonna be 12 points of damage combined. On this guy here, right? You're aiming for this guy?
The one on the left.
One on the left? Alright. You guys watch as a column of fire, you've seen this before fighting the dragons, as a column of fire crashes down on the street queen who's aiming a shot, and it comes down and strikes for 12 points of damage as it manages to kind of dodge out of the way. That's going to bring it to that amount. It gets hit, and you hear kind of a sizzling noise as the three queen kind of steadies itself up on the ground. That is your action. Do you want to move or do a bonus action, Renoa?
I guess we'll move in. But before she, just for flavor, as she's moving in a little further, she'll turn to Manticore, smile real big and say,
I am going to work on my cooking, like I said.
and goes forward a little bit.
Well, once we're done with these guys, you'll have plenty of meat to cook.
That I
All
will.
right. Manticore, it is now your turn.
Okay, and you're saying this is how high up, sorry?
30 feet up.
Remember,
Okay.
Manticore, I have a plan.
Okay?
Oh yeah, how many feet was it?
Would you like me to just get into position?
Oops.
No, just stay with me. I need you physically near me. So
Okay.
I guess what I'm proposing is that if you want to wait, I think you can delay your turn by not doing anything.
You cannot
So-
delay your turn. You can only hold
can-
an action, unfortunately.
hold
Okay,
an
sorry,
action.
that's right. My bad.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you can just do what you do with them. Go for it.
No, I mean, I can stick around you. Manticore's going to go restrain himself. But you'd see as he kind of goes into his rage. His
All right,
form
bonus
becomes a
action
bit more-
rage.
Yeah, becomes bestial. You see his hands become claws, similar to that of a Manticore's namesake. Like spiny, great big claws. And I'm going to grab hold of one of my javelins and just launch it towards... I'd have to do disadvantage because it's beyond 30 feet. Yeah. So... Oh,
No, you're within 25.
Because isn't he 30 feet up? But
He
yeah,
is,
okay.
but
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
allow it.
30
I mean, it's
yeah,
within 30 feet, so you might as well. I'll say
Right.
no disadvantage.
All right, yeah. Do you know what? Let's. Yeah. I'll just do a straight javelin throw.
Oh my god, yeah, that hits.
Nice.
Oh my god.
7 points of piercing.
Nice.
Another one, just.
That
26
hits.
to hit.
26 absolutely hits.
And him with
Another 7
another 7
points.
points of piercing.
Oh my god.
He is still standing. This is a sizable looking 3-creen. He has nothing to sneeze at himself. As you throw 2 javelins, the first one hits in the shoulder and kind of throws him back. He almost falls off of where he is. And the second one hits him right in the center. And you see this like spurting of like green Icarus blood as the 3-creen re-steadies itself, completely caught off track because he was paying attention to Miles. Had no idea about the rest of you now and has been caught off guard.
You can see like Manticore just kind of looks back at you and he's like,
Whatever you're doing, it better be good, because I'm antsy to get up there.
We will make that happen, my friend.
Alrighty. It is the Twin Callie's turn, and we're going to see if he notices what's going on. No, he does not. The Twin Callie, as far as he's concerned, there's nothing happening at the moment. Miles, it is now your turn as you've been caught out in the middle of nowhere, and you now see your companions fighting the sentry who has noticed you.
Yeah, I see him get hit with 2 things, the sentry, and can I hit him with a light crossbow from here?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not too high. All right.
If you roll and you hit, that's the question.
Yeah. 18.
18. That hits.
Okay. Roll for damage.
Nice.
5.
5. Unfortunately, no sneak attack because he was very aware of where you were.
Yeah.
You watch as one of the bolts hits his shoulder, and you watch as he reaches up with one of his 4 arms and just yanks the bolt out. Looks very, very pissed.
Whew. All right. Can I use my cunning action to hide?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll to hide. Roll a stealth check for me.
Okay, stealth check. Damn it. 11.
Ooh, you are not having a good time. You're like, how do I hide? How do I hide? You're like, wait, the 3-creen, they buried themselves. You go and like bury yourself, but your tail is just like poking out. It's like this big, fluffy sort of marker on the ground.
In the corner. That's it.
Alrighty. Lorne, it is now your turn.
Sorry
Lord.
about that. I muted myself because I was typing, so for the audio stuff. Okay, I am going to cast Fly on our friend Manticore as I look at him and go, I cast Manticore! Go!
Oh my
As you
god.
place your hands on him, Manticore, you watch as these sort of ethereal, like, arcane Manticore wings just come out, full with spikes and the whole motif. You've never felt more comfortable than you ever have. And you have a flight speed of, I believe, 60 feet.
yeah, 60
You can
feet.
go zoom right there.
Very good.
And this should last you up to 10 minutes.
Very nice.
Alrighty, that's your action. Lauren, do you want to move or bonus action?
I will not move and stay where I currently am unless there's somewhere I can like take cover behind.
Unfortunately, there's not. Because of the failed perception check, you guys have made it way too close to have a vantage point from far away, unfortunately.
Excellent. Then I will make my move of 5, 10, 15, 20 to here.
All
Just
right.
making my way behind the walls and get to the base of it.
It is now the enemy's turn, and I have a lot of rolls to make.
Okay.
Don't say that.
Okay, they don't hear anything. They don't hear anything.
3,
They don't hear anything.
This is good. This is good.
4,
They hear.
This is bad.
5.
They don't hear.
That's good.
Second. Okay. Sorry. They don't hear. Thank God they don't hear. They don't hear either. And then these guys don't have disadvantage. They hear. They don't hear.
Dang.
Wow.
lucky.
You guys, as you're standing there, Manticore, as you're like, yeah, my wings, you turn out and you see coming out of one of these buildings that you could just barely see, another 3-creen comes out and is brandishing a blade and notices the commotion and is going to charge in. And with extreme speed, they skitter across like an insect on all fours and come up next to Renoa and brandishes a set of claws and is going to attack you, Renoa. So it's going to go for a claw attack to start. That is going to be an 18 to hit you, Renoa.
Oh my god. Oh, armor class is 18, baby.
If it ties in this sense, aggressor wins.
Yeah,
So it does hit,
Dang.
unfortunately. It equals.
No.
Yeah, sorry. All right, so that's going to be. That's cocked. You take 5 points of slashing damage as this thing rakes across the side of your horse body, and it chitters at you, and the antennas twitch as it goes in, and its jaws. You notice now, compared to the other younger, newer hive of 3 Kreen, this one has a massive, almost antlion-like jaw that it snaps back and like pulls back, almost like locking an arrow in place, and it lunges forward to bite at you. That is terrible. That's a 10. That is going to miss. You manage to bring up your hooves as the sort of like vice-like teeth snap at you, and you know if that hit a leg, that would break it. And you kind of back up a bit as this thing kind of twitches and hisses towards you.
Oh, dang.
And then last one, does he notice? He does. Thank you for your patience as I change around a lot of tokens.
No,
No worries.
You're controlling a lot of stuff.
He has 40 feet, so 30, 10. You watch as another one comes around, noticing the commotion, and is going to make its way. It's going to action dash to get into a more favorable position on the wall. Right there. And that ends its turn. All right. That is what you see thus far. The ones immediately above who have noticed you at the beginning. Miles is hiding.
Poorly.
Which one are they afraid of the most? Manticore is pretty scary. And they can't actually see Renoa where she is at the moment, but she can see, Lorne. All right, there's going to be one attack on Lorne and one attack on Manticore. So the one on the left, the 3 Kreen on the left, is going to throw this 3-pronged frisbee-like boomerang object towards you. That's going to be a soft 20 to hit on you, Lorne.
That'll do it.
Okay.
I'll hopefully maintain concentration.
That is going to be... Oof, 8 points of damage as it flies and swings across the air and hits you right in the chest.
Baby
Lauren.
damage.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, though, for me to maintain fly. Oh,
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
that sucks.
Oh.
You watch, you're like, Magical, you're like, yeah, wings! And you watch as they disappear, and it's like,
Follow.
oofer. I'm so sorry, Zoran.
I mean, that's the issue with wizards, so don't worry. I knew what I was getting into.
The second 3 Kreen is going to throw its ranged weapon, which is actually called I can never say this. Chatkla? I want to say Lachankla, like the sandal thing.
Oh my god.
That is going to be an 18 to hit you.
That's me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits, yeah.
All right. That is going to be 7 points of damage, reduced down to 3, as this other frisbee flies across and hits you right in the shoulder, and you just kind of grab it and pull it out. That ends the 3 Kreen's turn. Renoa, it is now your turn with Manticore to follow.
Okay. Let's see. My goodness. I get choice paralysis sometimes.
I know. Spellcasters, man.
Oh man, it's so hard to choose.
Now, just keep in mind ranged spell attacks that require like a to hit at range will be with disadvantage if you're aiming for the guy next to you. So, any ranged attack on an enemy next to you has disadvantage unless you have certain feats to do otherwise. So,
Right. I was going to do. So can a bonus action can be a physical strike, or can it not?
if you have a light weapon like a dagger, yes. I allow
Wait,
for that.
but,
It's a homebrew rule.
Like my quarterstaff, or
that
is
is
that-
not a light weapon, so no.
Oh, yeah, no, never mind. Okay. Well, we're just gonna play Bop It with the quarterstaff then, with the little friendo
Okay.
I have right here. Gonna two-hand that business. 21.
That hits. That absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Doink. 8
8 points of
bludgeoning.
damage. Not bad. You swing around your quarterstaff and kind of flourish it behind you, and you just bring it down hard on its head. You watch as its neck kind of snaps inwards, and the mandibles go slack for a moment, and it shakes off, and you can see there's a sizable divot in the head. And it looks and hisses at you, towards you, very angrily.
You were rude first.
She says after she flambés a bug.
All right, that your turn?
Yeah, because I don't want attack of opportunity.
Okay, that brings us around to Manticore. It's now your turn.
He's gonna rush around here, go up behind
Okay.
this one, turn right on it.
As you approach and
And-
get closer, I'm going to reveal more stuff for you.
Okay.
Oh. I could have done hooves, couldn't I?
I'm going to give you this right there.
Okay. And
Hold
when he
on,
rushes
I'm not
around-
done yet because I'm going to
Oh,
reveal
okay,
more
cool,
stuff.
cool.
Sorry.
No, it's a lot to reveal.
Boom.
Hey, I just zoomed out. This is a big
Boom.
map.
Yeah.
It is a very big map. And boom. You see immediately to the north, 2-3 Kreen. This one has its back turned. This one seems to have noticed the commotion on this building here. This one here hasn't noticed, but you do see it. And you notice there's another Tlin Callie guarding the other side of the staircase. This place seems very occupied. I will say, as you look at this is a sweaty amount of individuals to fight. But you're Manticore, so you can come to your conclusions. But it is
They
your
took
turn.
away my wings. So I'm gonna cut this one with 3 claw attacks.
All right, 3 claw attacks. Let's go. 18 hits,
18,
13
11.
13 misses, and 11 misses.
Oh, that's
No.
unfortunate. So he just blocks off the other 2, but the first one, 8 points slashing plus 3 points of rage.
11. That hurts. This guy is still standing pretty healthy. These are some warrior bugs. These are not your stamp on a boot, and they're nothing like the other hive you met who were very young and their warriors were, the first brood. They're very weak. These are well-seasoned 3 Kreen.
I'm also kind of to get Renault a space to move. I'm going to try and bait in an attack opportunity by moving away.
They will absolutely take it with a claw attack. That is going to be 13 to hit.
It doesn't hit, so I dodge to
All
the
right.
side.
He swipes
Now
at
we're
you,
gonna
and
move.
you manage to dodge. That takes his reaction.
So I've moved a total of, I believe I was, because that's 20 feet away, so I was here. So 5, 10.
These are
15,
ladders
20.
here on either side. You can go up them.
Okay. They're 30 foot high, right?
They're 30 feet high, yes.
I don't know if I want to be caught on a ladder midway through a turn. I'll wait at the bottom of the ladder at the end of the turn.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
Okay.
It is the Tlin Callie's turn. Manticore, roll a stealth check for me. Just a general stealth check.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one makes sense.
Oh, not too bad. 19.
That's
At all.
pretty good.
Ooh.
The Tlin Callie don't notice.
Oh, thank God.
You manage to slip past behind the building before they even notice and hear the sound of combat. Notably, they are not 3 Kreen. They don't communicate the same way. That ends the Tlin Callie's turn. As far as they're concerned, nothing's going on. Miles, it is now your turn, as you're covered in sand and your tail is sticking out.
Right. Well, I think I want to use, because Would I be able to disengage from, not disengage, get out of hide and run up to?
Oh yeah, there's no penalty to that.
Okay. My movement speed's 30, but I have feline agility. I'm thinking I want to run up to the guy next to Rhinoa and double slap him.
Okay.
We'll do my short sword first.
You gotta move your
23.
token first.
Oh, I don't know how to do that. I'm sorry.
Just click and drag it over.
You can drag it. Aha!
If you can make it here, which you can with your feline agility, you get flanking, so it's +2.
Hey.
Let's do that.
Yeah,
Do
we
that.
do. By the way, for I don't know if I mentioned this, but for flanking in my games, it's not advantage. You get +2 to hit instead, just because there's a lot of abilities
Ooh.
that give advantage. So
Nice.
Wouldn't I also get
Yeah.
sneak attack with this? With the
you
way...
do, because Renoa's an ally and is within 5 feet. So
Yay!
23, which is 25 technically, absolutely hits.
Yeah, okay. I'll roll damage on that.
Go ahead and roll
piercing.
damage. 8 piercing, and go ahead and roll sneak attack as well.
Sneak attack is 18.
Oh, that
Very
is 26 points of damage to
Oh
this
my
guy.
god.
Ouchie.
And he, as you, Renoa, as you're kind of like bearing up your quarterstaff, you just see a blur as running by in the sort of like jumping sprint. Miles kind of lands in the sand and immediately swings around, and you drive your blade upwards through the back carapace of this 3 creen, and you hear and you watch his forearms kind of clench inwards as he falls down dead
Yo,
to the ground.
I didn't even use my second attack. I look at his dead body. And I look at Rhinoa. Are you okay?
Ah, wow. Nice work.
It's all in a day's work. I'm assuming that's all I can do for this turn.
Yes.
Okay.
You have your bonus action, but no, you used your bonus action.
Yeah.
Actually, no, you still have your bonus action. So you could
Oh.
offhand like dagger throw if you wanted to.
The only person we're currently engaged with is the one next to Manta Gore, right?
Well, these ones also have noticed. The ones immediately to the right as well. They're aiming shots down at you guys. They've
Okay.
completely noticed you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll throw a dagger at the one on the stairs to the left.
Okay, offhand dagger throw. Go ahead and roll dagger to hit.
27.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Roll damage. You're not gonna get your
Alright.
bonus on this because it's an offhand strike. Wait, no, yeah. So yeah, go ahead and roll this. You're not gonna get your dex bonus, but you're gonna get 2 points of damage.
Okay.
You fling the dagger and it strikes this guy in the chest, and he kind of staggers back. This one's a little smaller than the other ones. He seems a little weaker.
Okay.
But he kind of looks over and grabs the dagger. That ends your turn, Miles.
Yep. This guy's pulled
Alright.
2 things I've thrown at him out of his body.
Yeah, they got their bones on the outside.
Unfair. Go on.
Lauren, it is now your turn.
Rod would look at the one on top of the stairs that just had a dagger thrown to him, and he should go, "Haka shaka my firebolt," and go swoosh right at him, running a 16 to try to hit him.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Amazing.
Right. And now the damage
Is that the
will
one on
be
the left? Yeah, this one.
7 points of fire damage.
You have a cantrip ability. Can you just check that for me in your abilities?
Yeah, let me see here. You hurl a modifier at a creature, yada yada yada, make a ranged spell attack, yada yada.
Not the spell itself. It's in your character sheet. Actually, hold on. You had an ability as a
I
wizard.
know I have.
No. In your core.
Like
Uh,
potent cantrip, I believe.
Yeah, potent cantrip. Right, it's for saving throws. Okay, sorry. Disregard
Yeah.
me. I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay. No,
right.
I had the same mentality too. Like, hey, this should be stronger. So
7 points of fire damage is nothing to sneeze at. As the fire hurls, you watch as it strikes the 3 creen in the face, and one of its antennas melts off. And it like kind of swipes at its face and rubs off, like with the mandibles and the various different feelers. It rubs off the fire and kind of blinks a few times, looking down angrily towards you.
and I will use the last of my movement to hopefully go alongside the wall here, hopefully trying to get more in cover and be less of a target.
As you slap up against the wall like Kronks from the Emperor's New Groove,
Oh my god.
you hold your breath. All right, that brings us around to the 3 creen, and I have to roll a bunch of rolls again.
Wee.
These guys suck. Oh my god.
Yay.
Yeah, they're. Oh, he actually hears.
No.
All right.
No more hearing. No more ears.
They're hearing the hive of the call.
Down with ears. Down with ears.
He'll make it about here.
We need to turn around.
And he will dash because why not?
Yeah.
Think we need to turn tail.
40. You watch as coming around, another 3 Kreen bounds the corner. The board to the north side. This 3 Kreen, whose back was turned, hears the sound of a companion screaming out and turns around. And immediately moves over, and you can hear long distance shouting. And Manticore, actually, Miles, as you're standing there, you watch as almost like this imposing, tall, and terrifying sentinel of Scorpion and Man head turns, and you can see these piercing, almost yellow eyes stare directly at you as it reaches to its side and pulls out this massive butcher-like blade.
No.
And you see it turn to the other, and the other one does a similar thing and just pulls out a blade as well.
It is the Scorpion King.
This one is going to jump over, so it needs to make an acrobatics check, which it succeeds. This guy jumps over to this building and is going to aim an attack at you, Manticore.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible 11. It flings out this sort of frisbee-like boomerang, and you manage to duck your head down as it crashes into the wall and stays there. Cracks forming on the inner wall. This one needs to roll. That one hears as well. This one is going to move over on the edge. And one more. Oh, fuck yeah, he hears. All right. From inside the building,
Oh no.
another one comes out running
What?
and is actually going to meet up with you, Mouse.
No.
And it's going to immediately charging out on all fours is going to swing at you.
Okay.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. That is going to be, for a claw attack, is a 13.
Does not hit.
Okay, bite attack, even worse, 8.
Does not hit.
It swipes and you duck underneath, and it bites out with the massive mantle, so you jump above and then land on the ground, your tail keeping your balance. Manticore, as you kind of hit your hand on the ladder, the 3 Kreen immediately above you comes over and aims a shot down towards you with its ranged weapon. That's going to be a soft 20 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Terrible damage roll, though. That's going to be 3 points of damage, cut down to 1, as it hits you in the shoulder, but in an armored spot, so it doesn't hurt so badly.
You messed up, little one.
The Scorched one is going to take aim at you, Miles. He actually is going to throw your dagger.
Okay.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh, poor guy. 7, that misses. You look down and you see your dagger land next to you. On your turn, you could.
Okay.
It's gonna take a bonus action to do, but you hear just like some angry noises as this 3 Kreen seems to be very pissed that its retaliation missed. This last one pulls out a horn. And it's gonna do a call to action as its action. And you can just immediately feel the air become more worrisome.
This is the beginning of a Zerg rush. I think we need to go.
I think you might be
That-
right.
Now, shit,
That-
boy.
Is the 3 Kreen's turn. Renoa, it is now your turn.
Oh god. She will, with their tiny interaction, want to get the fuck out of there. Oh my god. So wait, Manticore is there though, yeah?
He is. He's around the corner. You can't see him as of right now.
It's very not fun. Wait, you choose the range coming wall. So I can see around this corner though, right?
You cannot. You cannot see Manticore. You cannot see this guy above. You can see this 3 Kreen, and you can see this 3 Kreen at the moment in your
Okay.
immediate vision.
But we do know that those big scorpion fellows are that way, right?
Oh, you just heard a blaring horn call, and you're like, oh, everyone knows we're here now. And you did see those scorpion people, and they looked very scary.
So I guess what we'll do is, so all along here. Oh, how do I ping? There.
Right there.
Like all along this space, we're gonna do wind wall.
Okay.
Ooh.
How long is that?
That is duration, concentration up to a minute. So we'll have a minute to run.
How big is the wall though? Like how long does it run?
is it is 50 feet long and 15 feet high and 1 foot thick.
It's 50 feet long?
Yes,
Oh,
50.
perfect.
So that whole entryway, that's all covered.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's all covered. Good shit. I'm just gonna do right there. You guys watch as Renoa flexes up her hands and brings up the wall. I assume you want to put it behind Manticore so he doesn't get trapped inside.
Exactly. Yeah. Because I knew he took a sharp left, so that was me hoping that he didn't go down an alleyway.
Okay, and that is, how tall is that again? 15 feet high? Okay.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the guys on the roofs still can aim down at you because
Yes.
they're higher, they're above that. But any of the ground individuals, very smart. I'll just say that. All right, that is your action. You still have your movement and your bonus action.
She'll in one of those instantaneous kind of things, she'll look at Miles and be like, which way am I supposed to be going?
Do I know which way? We should just leave the hightail in one direction, right?
Like
this-
leave or go around the building?
I think we need to escape this encounter entirely.
Now that we've got the wind wall, though, I reckon we could.
Shit, boy.
Yeah, we give it a go.
So am I staying or am I leaving?
I personally think we above game. Like, do you guys think we can handle this?
No.
Absolutely.
No. You have a lot of confidence.
Support Manticore! It's just like, way
We're
on the
okay
staff.
right now, but like I'm gonna run out of spells eventually.
Here's the
and
other
we
thing, and this
won't.
is just a little thing I'm going to tell you. You don't know how many other enemies are here at this point. This is what you're seeing.
This looks like a highly guarded entrance, and I don't really want to
Yeah.
find out. So I'm just gonna GTFO.
Miles.
It's up to you guys.
Point.
Again, this encounter is based on however you want to handle it. So,
She's gonna back the fuck up because she can still do range things if other people stay close, but she's gonna back up real far.
all right, you go. You kind of gallop up forward and kind of turn, your tail flipping in the breeze as you look back on your companions engaged in combat. Manticore, you've heard this blaring horn call, and you can hear a bunch of movement to the north of your position.
I think Manticore's gonna use his, because he's got the climbing, the bestial climbing.
Yep.
He's gonna use his claws just to climb all the way up to the top of the roof here. And then
Well, as you do this raging man, just clawing up with these massive claws. Bugs can't emote that well. You can tell by the body language of this 3 Kreen. That's some scary shit. It's just like,
Yeah.
It's like a monster climbing up a ladder.
and he's gonna look around, notice that we're about to move and go. And I'm gonna attempt to grapple him
Okay.
to begin with. Can I almost grapple to grab my javelins out of him as well?
You can grab him by the javelin if you want. Pick him
Yeah,
up and
yeah, yeah.
hold him like a torch. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I got an idea. I'm gonna grapple him by the javelin. So
Athletics
there's
check
the
with advantage,
athletics with
because you're raging.
advantage. 25.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
Number.
It was
Plus
decided in fate.
soft 20 for him. He tries to resist you, and you just grab your javelins like a skewer, and you just bring him up, and you're holding him like a torch.
And now I'm gonna say to him,
I need these back.
and I'm gonna use my extra attack to do the shove action and try and push him off of the ladder to fall to the ground if he can.
Okay. That's gonna be another athletics check.
25.
Huh?
Yeah, easy enough. You grab him and you shove him. You don't shove him down the ladder just because of your position. But
Okay,
I'll say
yeah.
for the sake of this, he falls, and he is going to take.
Joe, can I recommend a theatrical thing for you?
Yeah?
Do you have like 2 javelins in them or just one? Or even
I
just
had
one?
2.
You like hold one and like take your foot and when you shove it, like you just
Yeah.
kick them off it right off.
Yeah, that's what I was
As
imagining,
you-
right? Just
Yeah.
use them as
As you
leverage.
Spartan kick this 3-creen off the ground, and you look over and see what happens to him, he just completely splats on the ground. He is dead.
Oh.
He's gonna push the javelins onto his back, and I've still got 5 feet of movement, so I'm gonna hang off the edge of the other side. 5 feet,
Okay.
kind of dangle and just drip in.
All right, sounds good. It is the Tlinkali's turn. Well, it appears each creature within the area must make a strength saving throw.
Bet he's
There's one
fast.
there.
I bet they're really fast.
Creature takes 3d6. She can't pass. Okay, smaller flying creatures, loose, lightweight materials, deflected upwards. Creatures in gaseous form cannot move. Alrighty, what do we have here? Sorry, I'm just reading what happens if they try and go through it. It doesn't really say. So you know what? I'm gonna have them. They move like lightning immediately. This one stays behind, strangely enough. You have a ranged attack. That's the question. Oh, right. That is right. You watch as it has this butcher knife in one hand, and you watch as it brings out black chains with the other. And that is 40 feet of movement. Can it get? Oh boy, it sure can. Miles, you watch as bursting from the wall, this creature skitters through. It can't make an action. That is its action to get right next to you. But you see it like kind of looking down to you. What you thought was armor is its natural chitinous body. It even has like abs that are chitin. Its face are like 5 or 6 mandibles, individual mandibles. And its head kind of crests back like a natural helmet with these sort of thin hairs that run down the back. It holds this butcher's blade in one hand and the spike chain in the other, and its legs are pointed with massive claws, and it stares down at you. It cannot take an action on its turn, so that ends its turn.
And it also will take 3d8 of bludgeoning damage.
It will make
On a
a strength
failed
saving
save.
throw for that. Oh, it actually might fail. That is a 10, so it's going to take that damage.
Heck yeah.
Who is this? It's Aranek. Okay. Go ahead and roll damage.
What? Oh. 3d8. Ding. 7.
7. Mildly
did it.
bludgeoned. Doesn't seem to care that much as it bursts through the wind with purpose towards you, Miles.
Okay.
But it can't do anything on its turn because it dashed. Miles, it is now your turn as you are just looking up at this towering scorpion-like creature.
Miles is gonna shout to the party. You know, I think this little amulet led us here, but this is where we ought not to be. And Miles is going to do a double swing on the small target and then try to get away with fancy footward.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead and roll to swing on the normal size 3-creen.
First attack, short sword for 11. It's not gonna.
11 misses. You go and you swing, and the 3-creen brings up the back of its arm, and you just hit the chitin on the back of its arm as it hisses towards you. The mandibles kind of like retracting back into position to bite you again.
He's gonna bring up his left hand to swing with his rapier to stab.
Okay.
That's 28.
Natural 20. I wish you had sneak attack. I'm so
Very nice.
sorry. But that's still damage. Go ahead and roll the damage.
The damage is 7 + 5. It's 13.
Oh, don't you get sneak attack because you're a swashbuckler?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do because you're alone.
Yeah.
And you don't have anyone within 5 feet. So yes, you do. So
Bless
double sneak
you.
attack damage.
Let's go, baby. Oh,
Roll again, because you double it.
okay. 18.
Nice.
That first roll was so tough.
That was so bad. You got 3 1s and 2 2s. So that's going to be 14 plus 5 is 19 plus 18. Oh god, what's 19 plus 18?
37.
37. You take out your rapier and looking up at the scorpion, you just plunge the rapier down the open kind of mandible face, and it just bursts out on the back of the skull of this 3-creen. And it like reaches up with its claws, and like the body kind of like naturally like a spider just kind of curls inwards as the body slaws off and just drops dead next to the scorpion,
Damn.
who does not give a shit.
Damn.
Okay.
I guess I'll use my not cunning action, fancy foot word. It says that I can strike, slip away after a strike without reprisal from any opportunity.
Okay, absolutely.
I guess that's my full movement speed.
You get your full movement, yes.
Okay, let me see where that would be.
It's 30 feet.
Yeah.
so.
For a flourish, can I backflip 30 feet?
Yeah, absolutely. You actually, the Tlinkali kind of swings at you, and you kind of do like a flourish backflip and turn around, and you take off running, and you slide up next near Renoa.
I start blushing because of how cool it was.
All right, Lauren, it is now your turn. You watch as Miles runs away. You watch as kind of leering past the wall and slowly turns and catches your gaze. You see this massive sentinel-like scorpion creature now catch you.
Well, the front line's falling. Nope. Hop, 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 hop. All right, we're going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Like, oh, hi, how you doing? And then I'm immediately going to cast Wall of Fire. In that
Okay.
general area. I'm gonna go nope wall, whoosh, and pretty much cover that entire entrance. So
Could you
Wall of
point it out
Fire
for me?
is
So like here?
yeah. So I actually have a question. Is it dedicated? You can only make it in a straight line. For a description, yeah, I'll click it.
You
here.
can make it a circle, yes.
Yeah. So is that in a circle? Okay, sorry that I meant to do the description. There we go. So I don't know if it's like, oh hey, you could make it a line and then
Whoa.
curve it, or if it's forcefully a straight line or a circle.
It has to have one side and the other.
Okay, because what I was going to do, I was going to make like a rectangle out of it.
You can't trap them inside. Create a wall of fire on a solid surface when reaching at the wall to 6 feet. Inside the wall. Sorry, I'm just reading here really quickly. Either way, he's going to be trapped between a wind wall and a firewall. I'm going to say you're going to have to make this a straight line.
That's
Because it doesn't indicate. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll do it to where, like, he's going to get through it no matter what, and he's going to take the damage how it is. I want to do the line. Let me try to draw this out for you to make it easy. Basically, kind of this way, so it still hits through his square, and also hitting the other ranged person up there. And since this can go up to, yeah, just pretty much that line in general. Like
Right
that
there.
way, I guess. Yeah. Just when you whoosh. So if anything tries to go through, that thing takes damage, and Lauren's skedaddling. And that'll end my turn. And I rolled the damage. I could roll it again if you'd like.
Yeah, so the wall appears. I'll just make a dexterity saving throw, and we can use the previous damage.
Awesome.
So,
and for
how tall
context
is
for
it?
audio, it's going to
20
be
feet.
its max height. Yeah, 20
It's
feet.
just going to hit the Tlinkali then. Oh, amazing. That's going to be a soft 20. So he succeeds, but he takes half damage. So half
Awesome.
of 28 is going to be 14. He shoulders the flames as you guys take off running. Let's put him there. You watch as he kind of brings up his arm with the chain and like kind of protects himself as the fire just erupts up, kind of closing off this space. And as you go taking off running, Manticore, you kind of begin to angle yourself, as I believe. It is actually the 3 Creens' turn. They are going to take pot shots at the people they can see. So this guy here is going to move 15, 30, right here. He's going to aim at you, Miles. Whoop. Natural 1.
It hits. No.
Good.
Oh, God. Large-
How many damage to 18?
That's a high severity, too. What the fuck do I do for this?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
It means if with a failure I roll another d20, and the higher the roll, the more severe the failure is.
Okay, great.
But I don't know what to do
Die.
here.
A wind blows back.
I mean, you know what I'm gonna say? As he runs over to aim, a bunch of embers from the fire spark out, and he's blinded for a minute, I'll say,
nice.
as he's like rubbing his mandibles on his face to try and get the ash out of his face. So he's blinded. This one here, immediately you can see it's hot foot. There's fire beneath it, but it is going to aim a shot at. That it's not going to hit. But,
Good.
Yeah, this one can't aim a shot at anybody at this point.
Hee.
He is going to move away from the fire. Seems like the smartest choice at this point. This guy here is going to move up and get up on the wall. And he can aim as well. They're going to hold their action to, if you guys approach, to aim at you. Because as far as they're concerned, they can't hit. So, that ends the Three Queens' turn. Just for fun. Nope. Yes! Okay, but he's gonna stay. Nope. And then... Yes. Yes. You guys wouldn't see this, but you do hear more movement inside of the base.
Oh God.
That ends the Three Queens' turn. Renoa, it is now your turn.
She's just trying to make sure that Manticore can get away. So she's going to... Let me see what I'm capable of here. She's going to...
Above ball, by the way. I'm pretty fast.
Oh, that's fine. But... she's gonna Guiding Bolt, that big boy.
Okay.
You're tempting me, Frodo. I really want to attack him.
23
Well,
hits.
dude. Yeah, there you go.
Boink! Oh, that's right. Here we go. I'm also going to cast it at level 4.
Okay.
Boink. Oh no, you dingus. That makes me
All right.
sad. So
You fling out the guiding bolt, and you get a solid hit on his shoulder, and he kind of like almost like a machine kind of knocks back, and then slowly curls forward. He
Oh,
is still
that
standing
can't
and
be
shoulders the
good.
blow.
Does it look
This-
affected at all? Does it look hurt?
Yeah, he looks hurt, but he's tempered. This is an unflinching warrior. He's not, this isn't his first rodeo.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like the Three Kreen. He's not hesitating here. And he's glowing. There is a glowing part in his shoulder showing a weak spot that has been shorn open by Renoa. Do you want to move on your turn, Renoa?
I mean, we're far enough away right now that I'm not too worried. I just want to get Manticore out.
Okay. Manticore, it's now your turn.
25 feet down the wall, climbing down.
Okay.
And then 5, 10. That looks me up to 35. He's going to look back and
I wish I could kill you right now, but we're running. I'll kill you later.
and then he's going to carry on running, take the dash action.
All right. As you guys now get to running, and because of the firewall, you guys take off over the sands, running and running and running and running, jumping over sand dunes, front rolling, till eventually you feel that you're in the clear. And as you guys gasp and pant for breath, you have a moment to yourselves to reflect and think.
Oh,
Applesauce, you're crazy.
oh. That was
Talking to Manticore.
Oh yeah. What do you mean?
You jumping over there? Jeez.
Yeah. I need my javelins back. I only have 4.
Well, we'll have to get them later, but for now, I think we should rethink our entire approach.
I
Now
see
that
what
we
you
look at
did
the
there.
amulet.
I think we attack the front again. It's what they least expect.
Miles actually chortles. Like,
Maybe we should walk around. Go kind of the long way? See what other entrances there might be that aren't as widely guarded.
What about you, Booksmart?
Well, it's a verbal strategy. Now, scouting rounds can be helpful. I do believe that Miles will be the best suited to do that, kind of sneak around when it's nighttime and to report back to us. I can kind of help with the scouting bit. I can transform some things into a bird and use that for scouting as well. I think we could do a kind of joint effort at that point. Well, both of you kind of keep watch for us and do a bird's call if anything either detects us or something gets stirred.
Miles thinks about how he fell in the dirt trying to sneak in there in the first place. Just flashes through his mind. He's like, I could give it a try.
I
Sure,
could
I'll
also
Go ahead.
help. I can make it so that any terrain isn't too difficult for you to move through.
I think it might have to be very close to it.
Oh.
I'm more
Okay.
curious as to what they're guarding in there.
Yes. See,
I mean,
so we could go with your plan. But my plan, we sprint right down the front entrance and just run right past them. Kick open the door, funnel them, and just start cutting them as they come in.
as effective as I would believe that approach would be, Mantagore, let's see how many we need to chop up first and see what avenues we can find first.
I guess so.
So let us rest up, prepare
Renoa?
ourselves. Go ahead.
Renault and Lauren, you guys feel the spells drop, the wind wall and the firewall, just kind of just from your, back consciousness as you focus on it. And you hear a like this blaring horn noise just off in the distance.
Was it the same amount of horn blasts that it was before?
Does anybody have the soldier background?
I do not.
Nope, you have no idea. You have no idea what it means.
Feel free to stop him. Manticore starts taking out his drum as almost like a response.
No.
Take that, Radical, not right now.
Can I use
Renoa just
cat
puts
claws
a single hand on his wrist, like, no.
Oh,
It's not Wilkes Fest today.
they're
How far away
challenging
was
us.
the obelisk from where
From
we
this
are now?
position, it was a day's travel. You guys saw it
Whole
yesterday.
day?
Yeah.
Would have been awful convenient if it was close.
Yeah.
We can hope for a sandstorm. At
We
least
could
give us the
hope.
guys.
But it wouldn't keep us safe tonight. We have no idea if they're going to chase after us. We should find somewhere to hole up to keep us safe for now.
Is there anything visible around us that isn't the ziggurat?
Roll a perception check.
Okay.
I also.
That is a 23.
Oh my god, I
How
don't
did
need
that
to.
20?
That's a
Wow.
nat 20 again.
I'm a desert crawler.
As you scan the
Man.
horizon, you see an off overturned cart. Massive, like a carriage, like a proper covered wagon. And you're like, that's somewhere we can hide. You guys make your way over there, hunker down. As far as you can see, no one's followed you out, but you can't help but wonder if that blaring horn call was a threat to never return. And as you guys take a moment to breathe and rest, that's where we're going to end the first session today.
Sweet.
Yay.
Hooray!
Great
Well
job.
done.
Great job, Monty. That was great.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, was good.
Wonderful.
Boy, I feel so bad. I'm like, you guys fucked up the perception check to see the location, and then you fucked up the stealth check. I'm like, everything went terrible.
Hey,
Oh no.
Hey, man, we took a couple down. We came out no casualties. It's okay.
Yeah, no one died.
So
Bye, Austin. This is where
Bye,
we cut off our
Austin.
audio. So
Bye,
Austin.
I mean-
Bye, Austin.
bye, Austin.
Mine will go a little late because my software likes to panic for a minute when I touch
No worries, no worries. Wow, that was fun.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was. That was awesome.
My
Hopefully,
backup
guys.
plan was I was gonna go if we were staying, I was going up to Manticore going like, do you want to stay in this fight? And then hopefully you'd be like, yeah, slaughter and everything else. I'd be like, okay, potty the north, T-Rex, go.
Oh my god.
How did I get 2 cool super crits and then just run away and like fall in the... You know what, Monty? I was talking with you about my character, how I want him to like think he's cool, but he's super not.
It's kind of working out in a weird way for
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
I love that you blushed from doing a cool thing. He's like,
It's
oh
the
my god,
first
I'm
time.
so cool.
That was awesome. Yeah, no.
That was really fun. That was fun for me too.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
super fun.
It's an interesting setting and having the travel and the sand and whatnot. I was like, ooh.
Weather.
Oh yeah, weather's fun. I've been playing with the weather generator in the
Weather.
Dungeon Master Guide. Weather. Okay, shut up. I'm sorry, my accent slips through sometimes.
The weather. I like
The
it.
weather.
The weather.
Gosh, I wish we could keep going, but we have to
I
end
know.
at some point.
I
So
know.
we went for an extra hour. Have fun with editing that, Austin.
It's okay. I'll just listen to my own voice and probably hear myself like do some weird mouth noises. It'll be great.
And you like fart.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna
What
get
a
this whole
concept
conversation.
this whole
My software still hasn't stopped.
Well, in the
You always get extra
meantime,
tails.
we'll do our outro here. I have to take the reins again, which is terrifying. Austin Eruption, if you're not in your hamster cage, where can people find you?
Usually in the dirt somewhere. No, you can check me out youtube.com, Austin Eruption. You can also follow me on Twitter and Twitch, Austin Eruption. Same thing. I was lucky to get the same username for everything. If you like JRPGs and stuff, I've been covering a lot of that lately, and I'm actually streaming every Thursday and Sunday now at 6 p.m. Central, which is the canon time zone, by the way. I don't like this PST stuff you send me in my DMs.
Shut up, man.
Uh,
West Coast, best coast. Come on.
Yeah.
what is
Yeah, high five,
Central?
Caitlin.
High five.
Central, but the center of the universe, you know? But
Central is like a time zone, but sugar-free.
it's true.
It is.
But I'm playing Suikoden on Thursdays, the original, and the Somnium Files tomorrow. So that'll be fun. And I got a new video coming out on Wednesday, so that's where you can find me.
Nice.
And here, I guess.
Yeah. You'll be here next week too.
That was exciting.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Now I'm just like, ooh, interesting. There's been some changes and things now. All right, Caitlin, where can people find you?
Hello. You can find me all over the internet at Boobs McBalrog. That's Boobs MCBALROG. On Twitch, it's boobs with zeros instead of O's because Twitch doesn't like boobs. I'm part of a podcast called Nerd on the Podcast. We have 2 shows that come out every single week. I'm part of several D&D shows. On Mondays, I'm at twitch.tv/LandyPator for The Ties That Bind, where I play a murderous drow named Nara. Normally on Saturdays, I'm here playing Cynthia in Gateway.
She's
I
a little
think-
murderous too. I've seen her with guns a lot.
What do you mean? I just like to be well strapped. Yes. That's it. For now.
All right. That brings us to Joe Fudge. Where can people find you?
Hi everyone. You can find me at just Joe Fudge on Twitch. That's just the word Joe and Fudge. At the Joe Fudge on Twitter. And in terms of content, every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern or 2 p.m. Central, if you want to go off that, or 8 p.m. my time, correct time zone. I run a show called Godforge, where I'm the DM for. So tomorrow and every Sunday, that's what I do. Other than that, I'm not sure what I'll be doing this week. So, but thank you very much, Monty, for running the game. It was awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm excited for next week. I'm already like, oh man,
Um,
like, oh boy.
It's good stuff.
I'm so happy you guys didn't murk the first recreen that just approached you guys. I was just like, I didn't know exactly what your party would be like and how, like, 'cause some parties are very paranoid and other parties are a little bit more like, hi, friend. So I'm really
That's
glad.
me.
Zoran the bear, the only bear allowed on this show.
Wow.
I see how it is. Hi, I'm Zoran the Bear. I run 2 tabletop RPG things, or they're pretty much under the umbrella, called Warhams, where we play Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy, 4th edition on that, where I play Lorne in the 40k one, and I play Bedlin Stuckwall in the Warhammer Fantasy one. That's mostly on Saturdays. You can find out everything about that at warhams.tv. You can find everything about it there. But for Zoran the Bear stuff, I do VTubing things. I have a little 2D bear or whatever that does little animations and stuff like that. And I plan to run tabletop RPG things fairly soon called D20 plus one shot, where I just bring people together and be like, hey, let's just run a quick game or whatever fairly soon. Also Warhammer 40k stuff. General Warhammer stuff. Also on Wednesdays, whenever a certain person gets back, we do a thing called VND Gen, which is visual novels, where me and a bunch of other girls and everything else and some friends sit down and we just cackle over anime visual novels, and it is hilarious.
Oh my god.
I love doing it.
The only dating sim I ever, well, actually no, I did play 2. The only one I actually played to completion was Hatoful Boyfriend.
Yeah, like us, when we pick them, we try to go for ones that are like the slightly kind of like, ooh, they're dating, or some of it is like, oh, they have like the sexy scenes, but it's censored or whatever. Because the reactions are so much funnier. And we just have a cackling of a time. Like, it's
as we like to call it, totally safe, pants on hugging.
Exactly.
What?
The Christian Eiffel Tower.
Oh my god.
All right, and I'll do it in proper order. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Die Hard Dice. I rolled all Die Hard dice tonight. I rolled the Celestial Archon dice, and I'm so sorry, my gray dice. I don't even think they sell these anymore. But some nice gray and black dice. I called them my Goliath dice because they're gray. And they were both very mean to you guys and also very merciful with that nat one at the end.
They sure were.
So it was pretty rounded today. If you would like to get your own set of Die Hard dice, definitely check out the discount code, the Unexpectables, for 10% off your purchase. If you don't want dice, they also have dice trays, dice tray accessories, dice towers. They also have dice for Warhammer and Magic the Gathering and D&D. I believe they're actually doing a sale right now. It was like they want to extend the Pride Month thing, where they actually have it where you can get dice that are all different colors. So it's like a whole rainbow, but each die is a different color. So if you're trying to teach someone D&D and you don't want to have to like point out each dice, that'd actually be really, really good to teach people D&D, because you'd be like, oh, roll the red one or roll the green one. So definitely check that out. Man, I'm really feeling the hollow coldness of fucking Connor. Connor saying, I'm feeling the hollow coldness of the lack of a Dead House Sonata, the action RPG where you play as a dead to fight the living. Look, I didn't want to deal with Dead House Sonata puns.
Why not?
Because it's just, this house will become dead. Because there's whatever. I can't even follow that train of thought. I am not funny anymore.
I tried to think of a pun for a solid 15 seconds there. Didn't work.
Where did that even start?
Connor is the spokesperson for Dead House Sonata, an action RPG where you play as the dead to fight the living, and it just kind of picked up from there. They're kind of like our sponsor, but not actually. It's a weird relationship.
Yeah. I know I was goading people for puns for a while.
Please no. I messed up. I know I messed up, Bosco. It's like I don't do this or anything.
I feel like we haven't seen any of them in a while, so maybe they should come back.
Maybe.
Yo, shout out to the chat for being super warm and welcoming to everyone in this game.
Yeah.
I peaked during the breaks, and everyone was super cool.
Yeah, everyone's wonderful.
Good chat.
Except for Bosco.
You're the
He
best.
doesn't count.
Bosco,
No,
did
Bosco
nice
counts
things.
too.
Thank
said
you,
good
everyone
job.
but Bosco.
He said I did a good. Head pats
Oh,
for Spexy.
good for you, Austin. I'm glad
sorry.
he praised you.
I'm sorry. Well, normally he mutes his audio, so I can't hear him talking shit. So
That's true. Yes, you don't even
Oh.
know. But I will read off, if we have bits and subs, I will read them off real fast. I don't think we have that many. But we have Zenlita with 200 bits. Does this mean Austin is a free-range editor now? No, please don't leave, Austin.
I can't.
I'll get you a cob of corn so you stay.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I need to go to my water feeder here in a minute.
Your water bottle? Yeah.
Okay.
Monty, as a paladin professional, as a vengeance paladin, would suggest using my charisma for spell saves or focus more on feats to use slots for smite. Oh my god, I am not the person to ask. My paladin is a get down Mr. President paladin, and that is literally his only function, is just to take shots for people. So I'm not the best person to ask, honestly. I've also not been able to play him for a long time, so I'd ask around. I'm sure you probably get some better advice. Thank you for the 100 bits. And I believe that is it. We have some little bit drops, and that's basically it. So thank you guys so much for coming to part 1 of this episode.
Yeah.
Oh, Cane Time, thank you for the last minute 500 bits.
Thank you very much.
Do you guys, because you're all new, do you guys have anybody you want to raid?
Oh.
Who is friendly and isn't going to be mean?
Hmm.
None of the people I follow are online right now.
I have Therapod Art,
Um,
who's a friend of mine, who's probably listening to the show right now.
that's true. Let's do that.
Want to do Therapod?
Yeah.
Be a friend.
All right. Sweet. What will our raid message be?
Sup, nerd?
Applesauce. Oh.
Applesauce.
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 Applesauce. Ruba applesauce.
Yes.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you next week.
For death.
Oh, no.
I do not want to die.